Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, the STC week number 104, Pap. Yay, so many weeks, so many tunas. I'm, of course, Side VIP with you and joined by these amazing players, by the ByuN chat and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to something a little bit special, because it isn't just the 104th edition of STC, but we are featuring a player for the first time. Let's go for the first time in the history of Tuna Cup. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the pink Terran player, the pink Terran himself, the Polish Terran. It is Flexi. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. Mixing things up a little bit here. Let's go, playing Protoss. It is TaeJa. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Here we go. Again, for those that have not been watching the CranKy Ducklings over the past couple of months, you might not be familiar with TaeJa. He has returned. He did start competing, I want to say almost 2 months ago. In what? In StarCraft Evolution. I think maybe, yeah, 2 months ago at this point. In SC Evo. In StarCraft Evolution, he has been active. He's been competing on a regular basis and has been improving and has been looking pretty damn good. But his foray into StarCraft 2 tournaments began last week. Last week, what did he play in? Actually, I think it might have been this week. This week or last week. He did compete in WarDTV Monday. WarDTV Monday, TaeJa did compete. Again, it was either this week or last week, I can't quite recall. One of the two, TaeJa did take part, and now he's here for the first time in the Tuna Cup as well. Let's go, Pappy, let's go. No playing as Terran, but playing as Protoss. Again, if you've been watching him in StarCraft Evolution, he has been mixing it up between Terran and Protoss. Here, competing as Protoss. We'll see if he does end up switching to Terran. With our rule set, he is allowed to switch if he does want to. For now, though, is embracing that Protoss life. Let's go, baby, let's go. Hi. I mean, there have been a plethora of Terran players that have been switching to Protoss in recent times, and TaeJa may just be one of them. Oh boy. For now, we do have our CC on the high ground, economic opener, ranks expand into a delayed factory. Everything's looking normal from the side of Flexi. Meanwhile, TaeJa going for the gate expand. Now, when it comes to TaeJa's play in purely SC2, I don't really know how to rate him. When it comes to his performance in a WarDTV Monday, he went down to Clem, which doesn't really tell us much. It's Clem of all players, so of course Clem was favored against TaeJa. But how does he fare against some of these other players in SC2? I don't really know how to place him. We're about to find out. About to find out. Star Council is on the way. Of course, some of the skills from SC Evo do transfer to SC2, as he does play StarCraft 2 in SC Evo as well. True. Let's translate. Baby goes in, gets a probe kill, gets one. Flexi does pull away. Pulls away. TaeJa going into a blink-based opener, blink into, I would imagine, 3-gate blink into a third base. This is really going to be a tell here as to whether or not TaeJa is watching competitive play, is aware of the current meta in StarCraft 2, and how well versed he is in it, based on his build of choice. We are setting up. And we do have our 1-1-1 here out of Flexi, going for the add-on swap, going for initially a medevac, not making full use of that tech lab. Interesting. A little bit indecisive as well, but is setting up with the medevac drop. Meanwhile, Robo's on the way. There's our third gateway, so 3-gate blink out of TaeJa. This is as standard gets here in DVP. This is the go-to opener that we would expect to see in terms versus Protoss. From here, we can take extra gases and stay on 2 bases and go 2 base into Temple Archives into Storm. But we can see that TaeJa is going for the expansion before the tech. Does go before. As the third base is being taken. So focusing on his economy, again still playing it safe overall, and we'll see if we can keep up with the harass. So far we have limited scatting into the main base. It is going to be the add-on swap. Okay, so medevac drop into stim into a faster bio setup. Not going into any kind of Banshee play. Medevac has arrived. What it minds to do on burrow. Ooh, and so far 2 probe kills. 3 in total. 3 kills in total. Not bad. Reaper back in. Let's pull back in. And Flexi, he will get away. Sorry, that was 1 probe going down even. 3 in total. So nice defense here at the TaeJa. Taking out the Tuna. As because of Flexi's build of choice, he doesn't really have much of a setup here. He has a tank, true, no bunker. We do see TaeJa poking in. He can't pick up some Marines. Remember, Stim is not ready. Yeah, Stim is not done. Likewise, catching out a medevac. Nice pick up here out of TaeJa. Ooh, almost catching out a Liberator as well. TaeJa does blink away. He pulls back and going for a charge-based follow-up. We should be seeing a Forge with +1, then into splash damage, whether it's going to be Colossus or Storm. Both are going to be viable. Both are going to be options. Stage just maintaining map control, and Flexi, we have yet to really move out. Stim is only just now finishing. With Stim finishing up, he can try to be active on the map, but currently he's lacking medevacs. He has no support in the skies, he has no drop potential either. And Flexi's still kind of working on it. As we have our splash time of choice, going into not the Bay, but into the Temple Archives, into Storm. So Storm on the horizon for TaeJa. So Flexi, he's contained. That's another Stalker falling. So nice pick up out of Flexi. Third CC is on the way, so he's not going for a 2-base all-in, but this is still a very late 3rd base. As Flexi gets a 3rd, we should be seeing a 4th base for TaeJa. As the base is soon to be on the way. Flexi moves out. The Liberator does get 6 probes, not bad. 6 workers go down, the Stalkers all 7 probe kills. The 1 Liberator is popping up. Flexi does push down the middle. Let's push right down mid. The Liberator still dealing damage. At the same time, Flexi breaks out. Oh, gets the Observer. Nice pick up there. But Flexi doesn't fully commit across the map. Oh, as he's going to be running into a massive army. Storm is done in 10 seconds. TaeJa, he wants to fight. He wants to engage. Ideally, wants to catch the army on siege, but Flexi does set up. And this is one of the big aspects here of Ultra Love. You can't avoid this position, just go straight for the natural. Just go straight for the natural instead. Observer spots the army. Yep, TaeJa, he just ignores it. Goes straight for the natural base. They'll say peel off into the mineral line. And TaeJa just has to be sure to engage out of range. So they'll say catching reinforcements. TaeJa, he commits. Show us the storms. Oof, storms are brutal. 1 storm at least, the other less so. As Templar going down. Flexi's holding his own. He defends against the main army, but that's still going to be 17 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal economic damage. TaeJa never did expand, though. I will say that. His 4th base is late. So late 4th base out of TaeJa. Late expansion. Is now moving out once again to replenish his army. Flexi is still trying to recover. If the wood mines can connect well, then maybe he can try to hold on against this. A lot of it will still come down to the storms, though. How well do they connect? TaeJa does spot the army. He's aware. He does see the tanks. TaeJa's going in. He'll get both. Both tanks go down. The mine shots. Oof. Do connect. Observer goes down. Here come the storms, and they are connecting. So that was the first storm. There's still another left over. That Templar goes down. Another storm is coming in. Storms are landing. And with that, TaeJa does take another fight. What's important is that he's still maintaining that economic lead, and this time he was able to, for the most part, reset the Widowmine town, the tank can as well. Ghosts are building up. Looks like he has been bleeding out a lot of supply. And TaeJa now going to be reinforcing with Colossus. So now he's done with the purely High Templar. Colossus are on the way. High Templar are good, but I mean, that's where Ghosts come into play. EMPs can completely shut down High Templar and their ability to storm. That's where you do need to diversify, switch things up, and embrace some Colossus. So TaeJa taking up. He's still looking quite comfortable, still on 4 bases. Now that the third is up and running, we can think about a fifth. There it is, 5th base is on the way. TaeJa can and will expand. And as the Colossus count gets higher, there are no Vikings. There's no setup for this. As the EMP, oh god. EMP lands while the storm is still brutal. TaeJa getting ready for his own zealot run by. Colossus moving in. He's a landing. But there's still storms left over. And the Colossus, they just dominate the skies. They dominate the ground, I should say. From the skies. Zealot warping into the main. The prism should go down. Oh no, the prism! The prism survives. Warping finishes by catching reinforcements, and TaeJa snowballing out of control. At this point, he's done a GG, gets called, and TaeJa, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, some solid play there out of TaeJa. We saw that Flexi, he was holding his own for a time, but again, he was just losing so many workers who were stuck at home. Never really had momentum or map control, could never really apply pressure to his opponents, and with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. As we're getting into game number 2. Hold on, just hosting. Just hosting on up. As we're jumping into game 2. Game 2 is going to be on ley lines. Here we go. It's good that TaeJa's return there, one of the great ones for sure, for sure. From my understanding, TaeJa's return is temporary. Oh god, what's the terminology? TaeJa, I believe he already went through the exams and the process to become a civil servant. But I think like there's still like he has to wait to be like approved and things of that nature, from my understanding. So he's kind of waiting for that. In the interim, while that's happening, he's competing in StarCraft. He's able to have some free time, and he's interested once again in competing in StarCraft Evolution and now in StarCraft 2 as well. But I don't think it's necessarily long term. It's one of those things where, you know, once he's good to go, then he's going to be focusing his career elsewhere, and his time elsewhere as well. So we have it. We have to cherish him while we can. We have to embrace the TaeJa while we have it back. While we have it. Now, spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the pink Terran player, or the pink Terran player himself. We have the Polish Terran. It is Flexi. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss, the South Korean Protoss. It is TaeJa. Everything is temporary except my bad puns. They're eternal. True, true. No. And also us casting all the StarCraft. That's one of the constants in the universe. Non-stop casting. Of course, this is our second cast of the day. We were live earlier this morning with StarCraft Evolution with SE Evo, where we were also casting TaeJa. Fun fact, this morning in SE Evo. For now, though, we do have, once again, a single gas opener. So Flexi is going for a CC after the Rax into a delayed factory. So economic start out of Flexi. Meanwhile, TaeJa, we're expecting more of the same, to be honest. Once again, like, I don't know how much Protoss TaeJa has been playing, but we're expecting more standard play, like 3-gate blink into charge, into storm, into 3 bases, then into storm is kind of what we're leaning towards. But I'm excited to see if TaeJa is willing to mix things up, and if he has some other tricks up his sleeve, if he's willing to open Stargate, for example, or willing to open up charge, or go for a rover-based opener instead. Like, there are definitely some niche builds that you can embrace that we do see from time to time at the pro level, but I don't know if TaeJa's one to go into that. We'll find out together. We'll find out. But yeah, sorry, I was just double checking. Yeah, he took the Korean Civil Service exam. That's what it is. But it takes a while for like those results to like kind of be finalized and all that. So until then, we have it. We have TaeJa. Oh, speaking of mixing things up, we do have a different follow-up here. We have a 2nd and 3rd racks before Starport. This is the setup for a 2-base all-in. Okay, you have my attention. Basically, we're gonna be delaying the starport in favor of extra racks, in favor of early stims. This should be early stim, early combat shields, early upgrades into a very strong timing. Because everything else is gonna be delayed, typically we do pull the boys with this, as we are hyper fixating on purely bio production, on army production here with this build. Now, TaeJa, he has seen everything he needs to. He already saw the extra racks, he saw the lack of starport, so he knows how aggressive Flexi is being. He knows that he's working towards that early stim timing. So TaeJa, he does want to be active. He needs to be active across the map to pick away the army, to pick away the marines, to slow down the eventual move out. Blink is on the way. He's playing it safe, going 3-gate blink. As the hallucination once again just confirms. Gets eyes on the upgrades. TaeJa is fully aware. Aware. And Flexi's being a little bit assertive early on here, trying to catch at the army with his tanks. Oh, tank bully goes up. Yes, another tank shot, not bad. Softens up the Stalkers. So nice pickups here from Flexi. Meanwhile, Stim is almost done. We should soon be pushing. Looks like we're gonna have a 3rd tank. And then Flexi can send it. Unfortunately, it's not ideally lined up here when it comes to the upgrades in that 3rd tank. And as we mentioned before, Flexi will have the option to pull the boys. And I feel like he should. There's no starport, no 3rd CC. Charge is almost done. Charge is going to be a big factor when it comes to defense. And here we go. The boys are being pulled. 2-base all in out of Flexi. Remember, TaeJa, he saw everything he needed to confirm this. It's on TaeJa to engage and slow this down. And already, oh, go for the Marines. So let's pick off, what, 2 Marines. Gets a couple of SCVs. So far, so good. Behind this, warping in more zealots. Sentries already with their force fields. Again, it's all about just chipping away at the army over time. Gets 5 SCVs already. Does force field, does lock down the army. Yeah, the army's locked down. Tanks are on siege, only 1. And the tank does go down. Yeah, TaeJa shutting this down at this point. 17 SCV kills. The Marines, they cannot engage. Tank just now sieging. TaeJa pulls away. No shield battery. There's no shield battery at the 3rd, but he has plenty of zealots. That's all he needs. Blinks on forward. The Stalkers, they're so low. They're so softened up. But TaeJa, he has enough. He has enough. He shuts down the all-in, takes down both tanks. And now there is no more army. The Workers Army, GG gets called. TaeJa shuts down the 2-base all-in, and TaeJa will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations, TaeJa. He will claim the series. He will advance on. A shout to Flexi for showing up, for competing tonight. And again, he didn't look too bad against TaeJa, especially game 1. We had a bit of a more back and forth, is what I will say. Here in game 2, unfortunately, the problem with going with these all-ins is that TaeJa saw everything early on. With the hallucination scouts, they were not denied. He saw the lack of starport. He saw the early maxes. The production did screen 2-base all-in, so TaeJa, he was already getting ready for that, and he was able to shut it down. GG. GG will play this whole scouting out of TaeJa, solid response, and with that, TaeJa, he will advance on. But let's head on over here to the rest of the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Okay, here we go. Exclamation mark, be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves, as we can catch up and update our scores. Beautiful. But in the bracket, we do have our next series here. Creator takes down Dead Remus 2-0, and we have Creator versus TaeJa in the next round. You can see that in the bottom of the bracket. Meanwhile, NightMare takes down the Mega 2-0. NightMare waiting for the winner of Mute and Ledlix. That's a lot of Protoss. that's a lot of Protoss down there, papi. Yeah. As the PvPs do continue. I'm gonna switch quickly, head on over to the Korean server, and hopefully I don't miss our players. Meanwhile, we do have Percival. Percival is up against Ateshi in a Terran versus Protoss matchup. We have Geralt versus Triple in a PvP. Rebellion takes down Homono 2-0, and Rebellion is waiting for the winner of ByuN, Ragnar, and Davlatos, as they are all mid-series. All facing off. And again, we're going to be following TaeJa into his next match into Creator. That's going to be our next series here on the broadcast. So up next is going to be Creator versus TaeJa, leading into NightMare, Mute, or Ledlix. Again, there's a lot of Korean representation here tonight. If you're not familiar with Sparkling Tuna Cup, typically we have a Korea versus Europe. Typically we have players like big players like Showtime or Skillus, or some of these others. I would say that the biggest notable here is Geralt, but I feel like Geralt, he's looking a little bit alone here tonight. Yes, we do have Mute, true. We have some Latin American representation. We have Ledlix as well, but I feel like our Europeans and non-Koreans this week are fewer and farther between compared to usual. We're missing players like Nicaract, Shameless, Jumi, so yeah, we're missing a lot of our European regulars, but when it comes to the Korean regulars, mate, they are here. We got ByuN, we got Rebellion, we got Percival, we have NightMare, we have Creator, we have TaeJa as well. Hon Mono, true. A lot of Korean representation here this week. Yeah. Here we go. We're getting ready for our next series. The vetoes are underway. And are we about to get into a PvP? That is my question. I don't know if TaeJa played Protoss because he was up against a player that was a little bit less notable, or if he wants to commit to Protoss. We're going to find out together. Videos are underway. Otherwise, we might just go on a short break here. Yeah, we might just go on a short break before our next series, before our next match. As the players, they need a moment. They need a moment here to set up. So take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and we'll see you guys soon for our next series for our quarterfinals match. Oh, see you soon. Oh, never mind. It's about to cut to break. We're ready. We're good to go. We're ready. We're ready. And I believe we are indeed going to be not having a mirror matchup. Okay. So again, TaeJa was flexing his Protoss earlier, but now he is switching to his main race. I was checking in, I mean, both his Protoss and his Terran are GM. They're both up there, but his Terran is slightly higher. And here we go. Let's go. Game 1, Maganatha. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss, the South Korean Protoss. It is a creator. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the pink Terran player. We have the pink Terran, the South Korean Terran. It is TaeJa. And if you're in the chats, you know what time it is. It's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Now, coming into this, TaeJa now has a much more terrifying opponent. Creator is coming in as the heavy favorite. If this was StarCraft Evolution, I would lean towards TaeJa, but this is purely StarCraft 2. So we'll see how TaeJa fares. I haven't really seen TaeJa in a full series force to play SC2 Terran. We'll see how he's able to keep up with the meta. We'll see how he's able to keep up with Creator. Oh boy. As I believe Creator is the number 2 seed of the tournament, ByuN being number 1. So not an easy opponent. Oh boy. Here we go. Your Oreo. Oreo, papi. Yes, you're not wrong in the sense that TaeJa has been competing mainly in StarCraft Evolution for the past 2 months. But starting around a week ago, he started competing in StarCraft 2 tournaments. So I believe this is his second tournament. He played in WarTV Monday. So TaeJa, he played in WarTV Monday. He might have played in Little League Cup. I'd have to double check. But now he's here. So it's very recent. Like over the past 7 days. TaeJa started competing in SC2, which is really cool. Yeah. It's very recent. As we are going for an economic opener. So TaeJa going for the Rax Expand, economic start here out of our pink Terran player. Meanwhile, Creator back at home, just getting to a standard start himself. Creator, he is one to mix things up every now and then when it comes to his build orders, when it comes to his tech of choice as well. We have seen him mix in rover-based openers, Twilight Council into Charge, Twilight Council into Blink. So we'll see what Creator goes for this time, as we have a Safety Shield battery here on the low ground. Creator versus TaeJa. Did they compete against each other often? I don't know if that's true, because if you remember, TaeJa was one of the players that's left Korea, right? Like, he's one of the players that competed in WCS Americas. Creator did not, right? Creator, he was in GSL, he was in Pro League. So I don't know if TaeJa and Creator played against each other much back in the day, just because they were in different regions. Back in the day, there was like a distinction between, the quote-unquote foreigner Koreans like TaeJa or Jaedong or MC or San or, God, who else am I thinking of? I said Daishi. I was thinking of another one. Daisy, that's what I was thinking of. Daisy and all these other players who competed in, more foreign tournaments. More so than the others. So yeah, I don't know what their history is like, to be honest. How often they played. Yeah, true, Jack G. Yeah. We can start naming them all. Jack G, true. True. That's a little bit later, but true as well. All the Axiom boys, of course. Crank, Ryung, Hearts, Alicia, Impact. To be fair, Ryung and Impact, they stayed and competed in GSL. They didn't compete in the foreigner WCSs. Oh, Ryung did a little bit. Different era. For the time being, though, TaeJa is going to be opening up with his drop. It does move out across the map. Does move out with his Widowmine Marine drop. This is designed to get economic damage. The Widowmine ideally zones away the Stalkers and the Marines that go to town in the mineral line on those probes. Here comes the unload. Does unload. Widowmine shot going off on the main army. Oh! Going for the army. Does try to retarget. Gets a couple of workers. 2 probes go down, and TaeJa does pick up. Does get away. Gets some okay damage behind this. Creator did play it safe. Did open up 2 gate blink. Into a 3rd. A very greedy opener actually here by Creator. And so far, so good. He's getting away with it. Back at home, TaeJa is following up with Cloak Banshee. Tank production on the way, Cloak Banshee as well. And TaeJa, he does take a third. Unlike some of the other Korean Terrans out there, like your Cures, like Bunny, like Maru, Nana, TaeJa, he's not setting up for a 2-base all in. He is playing more macro. Okay. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. Let's go. Let's go. But you can't mention Daishi without Jack G. True, true. Ah. The best bromance in StarCraft 2. All the shipping, all the shipping. 4GG, yeah, true. Yeah, 4GG, he's another one. Also competed in WCS EU. Golden, another one. I mean, we can just name them for days. But for the newer viewers in the chat, because I know there was an influx of viewership and an influx of new people in StarCraft in Legacy of the Void, and also during the COVID era as well. Back in the day, like StarCraft 2, the Korean scene was a little bit different. There was a lot of oversaturation amongst the Korean scene, and a lot of players actually competed outside of Korea, and they had to pick and choose if they wanted to play in GSL or in WCS. Technically, GSL was WCS Korea, but we just called it GSL. So there was like this delineation between like Kesper Koreans and like non-Kesper Koreans. As the Kesper Koreans, they were forced to just stay in Korea and compete in Korea. To compete in Pro League. Pro League back. There were exceptions, of course. There were certain teams that would allow players to travel, like Hero and Solar. Samsung, they'd send out Solar for a lot of like IEMs and DreamHacks. CJ would often send out Hero. But again, those were like more exceptions than the norm. Where they'd like get permission to be sent out to play like in a tournament here or there. There was that one time the Flash played in IM Toronto. Yo, that was a banger. I still remember all the hype videos about Flash at IM. IM Toronto was sick. It was hype. From here, though, sorry, I was a little bit distracted. From here, Creator has been relatively passive, getting a 4th base, saturating his 3rd, building up, and meanwhile, TaeJa is going to be embracing mech. Again, mech has been on the rise. If you've been watching players like Cure, players like Clem, we've seen a lot of mech as of late. If you recall, it was, what is he Monday? Clem, he played nothing but mech. It was, Jesus. There was a lot of mech out of Clem, and likewise, again, a lot of mech out of Cure, mech out of Maru as well. Has been kind of permeating through the scene ever since EWC, like Esports World Cup, and post Esports World Cup, we've seen more and more mech against Protoss, and we've seen a lot of success with it as well. So TaeJa looks like he's been keeping up with the meta. he knows. TaeJa, he's been watching StarCraft. Knows how to play the game. As we are embracing battle mech. Meanwhile, Creator, he is going to be pushing forward. He does have... No, sorry, he does not have Storm. Has mainly a gateway composition. Ooh, and with that, Hellbats here. The Zealots, they can pop off. They're pushing in. Yeah, Cypher's getting trapped. Tanks, they do siege, but it was a little bit late. We're running out of Zealots. And we're running out of Zealots here. Stalkers are trying to hold their own. Nice of the tanks, but the boys are being pulled. Can we save the tanks? Can we buy enough time? Tanks land. Ow, they get lifted. They get lifted once again. There we go. Phoenixes get focused down, and TaeJa, he will take the fight. The tanks pop up. But at what cost? At the cost of 16 SCVs. Yeah, 16 workers go down. Brutal losses there for TaeJa. As he does have to counterattack. We gotta go. We gotta push. TaeJa, can he break the 4th? Can he break the 4th base? Here, moving in. And he will go on top of the expansion. Creator getting ready for the surround. Yeah, coming in from a full 360. Blaze on forward. Gets 1, 2. Resets the tank count. Zealots, they do get shut down by the Hellbats, though. The Hellbats, they shut down the Zealots. Stalkers are trading well. And Creator, he is barely trying to hold on here. Down to 5 Stalkers. He warps in. Does warp it in time. And TaeJa's out of Cyclones. He's out of Cyclones. He's down to, what, 3 Cyclones left. It's still so close to TaeJa. I don't think he has enough. Barely not. And all with his reinforcements. TaeJa's force back. Still very close, very clutch. Ooh, full medevac goes down. And TaeJa gets cleaned up. Yeah, this one, he is going to be cleaned up. We're getting messy. Supplies getting close. TaeJa scans looking for another base. It's 4 versus 4. 4 bases, I mean. Economies are still neck and neck. But the army just isn't there for the Terran. Stalkers, they blink in. Oh, nice. The juggling, though. Nice juggling. Cute moves there out of TaeJa. But last, the Cyclones, they're being chased down. There are no Cyclones left. Not like this. And without Cyclones, this army just doesn't really have anything here. The Hellbats are doing what they can. More boys being pulled. Oh. The Stalkers do overextend. Okay. TaeJa, he's holding on. Oh, God. But the Warpins are brutal here. The Warpins, they do not stop. Creator still has momentum. And he's once again getting to the mineral line. Once again, Soul target firing at a Creator. He knows his wing conditions just to make sure that the Cyclone count never builds up. It just never gets out of hand. As Cyclones are just keep being targeted down. GG gets called, and Creator, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Creator, he does take a lead in the series. Again, it was a very, very intense fight at the third base of TaeJa. I do think that TaeJa was late to pull the boys. A big factor in that fight was just how long TaeJa's tanks were in the air. If you remember, the Phoenixes came in, they lifted up both tanks, or I want to say 2 or 3 tanks, and they were in the air for the majority of that fight. Unfortunately, the lock-ons weren't quite able to connect with said Phoenixes, and again, he wasn't able to buffer. He was able to buy time. By the time the tanks landed again, like it was getting close, but alas, the tanks, they weren't really a factor until the very end. Until the very end of that fight. With that, TaeJa, he lost his mineral line, if you recall. He lost all of his workers, and he was kind of forced into an all-in. GG. GG, well played. We're getting into game number 2, and we'll see if we can force the ace match. We'll see if we can go all the way. We can go the distance. As spawning in the top side of Last Fantasy, we have the red Protoss player leading the series 1-0. It is a Creator. And spawning in the bottom side of Last Fantasy, we have the pink Terran. It is TaeJa. Do you think Mech is the answer to Terran's recent woes? So something that we've been mentioning for a long time throughout the entire year is that TVP has been I would say TVP is the matchup that has been changing the most. I want to say we've had like 4 different metas this year. Like the meta just keeps shifting as we have different norms coming in and dipping out. For example, we used to have really economic and greedy openers from the side of Protoss. Like 2-gate blink was the norm at the start of the year, and then in rose the prominence of 2-base all-ins, so then 2-gate blink stopped becoming the norm. Even before that, Phoenix Colossus, of course, that kind of fell by the wayside. To the point where, because 2-base all-ins became so prominent, nowadays we do see a lot of Protoss players staying on 2 bases. Now they stay on 2 bases longer, they go 3-gate blink, sometimes they even take gases on 2 bases and going to storm on 2 bases as well, just to be safer, just to force longer games and come out ahead. And now I guess the answer to that is to try to embrace mech here. I would say that, which yes, does really well if the player blindly goes storm. I would say over time, if this meta settles again for a couple of weeks, then Protoss players will be stopping, they will stop opening up Storm, for example, and start heavily reliant on gateway heavy compositions with Blink Charge, like we saw last game, right? There was no Storm last game. You do want to go for this gateway heavy composition, and the meta will shift again, and Protoss will adapt, and then Terran will adapt, and it just keeps changing. So right now we're seeing a lot of mech, but as we see more of it, Protoss players will get more used to it, and then they'll adjust their builds or they'll adjust their openers. That's typically how like the meta shifts over time. And again, it's happened quite a lot this year, specifically. As opposed to like circa 2021, 2022, coming into 2023, where we saw almost purely like Phoenix Colossus. Almost. Where the matchup was a little bit more stagnant, I feel. From here, Creator, he does poke in, does find his opponent. Would you have once again a similar build where we're opening up with Widowmine Marine drop, Starport's on the way for the medevac for the eventual drop play. So far it looks like the same build. Behind this Creator, he is going 3-gate blink. Last game he went 2-gate blink into a faster third. This time he's going for a safer build, a safer start. Makes sense on Last Fantasy, as it is a smaller map compared to Maganatha. And just getting caught out. Creator gets the hell out of there. Does pull away. And here comes that drop. So once again, Marine Widowmine, just like game 1. And the goal here is economic damage. Last game, TaeJa was able to get 2 probe kills. He didn't really get much done. Here, Creator, he's being a little bit safer. He's going to have more production available. We'll see if TaeJa can find a little bit more damage. TaeJa is zoned away. Reaper goes in. TaeJa, he's going to be scouting the follow-up here. Doesn't see too much, as, I mean, there's not much to scout. And once again, we are going to be meching it up. So the same follow-up here out of TaeJa. We're expecting Creator to go for another gateway heavy style. Creator, he's coming with the Observer, and Creator, he will soon confirm the mech. So once again, he wants to go into heavy upgrades, into Charge, Wing Stalkers, Archons, and Immortals. We have seen some players in recent days try to go for like colossal space play against mech. Personally, I'm not too convinced by it, but we have seen players play around with it a little bit. This Banshee is deflected. Nice setup here from Creator. Is building up. And Creator's just on him to prepare back at home. We'll bring in more Zealots, more Stalkers, massing up his army and engaging ahead of time as well. The last thing he would want is for this army to rock up and siege up outside of his bases. Bearing in mind it's only going to be 1 tank, so only 1 tank, then it's a Cyclone. I think I saw a comment earlier talking about the lack of tanks. There are 2 styles you can go for. If you recall, Kira on Pylon, or specifically on Pylon, there is a style of mech where you go into a very tank-heavy style, where you turtle up on 4 bases, but here we're going for the all-in. We're pulling the boys. It's all about aggression, all about the speed, the Hellions, and the Cyclones. So it's all or nothing for TaeJa. He is rallying. He can repair as well. But going for an all-in here on this map is brutal. You can see how narrow the choke points are. Doesn't take many force fields. TaeJa, he has arrived. Force fields, they try to lock him in. TaeJa has to be a little bit careful about fighting out of range of his tanks. But so far, does get on top of the base. Hellbat gets into the mineral line. We can see Creator, he does get on top of the tank. Comes in from behind. Tank goes down. Nice juggling. Saves the Cyclone. Base falls. And are we going for the base trade? Oh, we think about it. Does think about it for a moment. TaeJa keeps moving in. And again, we need more Zealots more than anything. Creator, his supply block. No! I was wondering, I was like, where are the warp ins? This is supply block. Brutal supply block. Creator, he cannot warp in. He cannot spend his money. He cannot spend it. Losing the pylons, losing the Nexus was too much. Ay, ay, ay. So he cannot warp in. He cannot reinforce it. I mean, now he can. But it's too late. It's too little too late. TaeJa, he breaks on through, takes down the pylon, takes down the production. And TaeJa is going for the kill. Going for the throats. Creator, he wasn't able to slow down the all-in. He wasn't active on the map. And likewise, unfortunately, it was a brutal supply block as well. Could not stop this. As we're down to a handful of Stalkers, it's what, 10 Stalkers left. Catching out all the workers. The link control here has been on point, but there's only so much you can do with Link Stalkers. Only so much. As TaeJa is still rallying across the map as well. Chasing down the final Stalkers. The Banshees, they're going ham, and with that TaeJa, he has done a GG gets called. TaeJa, he ties up the series. We're going to the ace match. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Creator, he saw the mech that was coming his way. He scouted the production in the main base, but he wasn't able to really confirm the army as it was pushing across the map, and he wasn't able to engage. He wasn't able to slow it down. Ideally, against these all-ins, you want to be able to force in early siege, pick off a Cyclone, pick off a tank, pick off a couple of key units, give yourself time to get ready back at home, but that was not the case. Creator, he was caught with his pants down. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into the ace match, and we'll see how this story ends, as game 3 is going to be on Persephone. Oh boy. Here we go. But I do appreciate that TaeJa, he has some builds up his sleeve. The opener was the same. The opener was the same as game 1, but the follow-up here was very different. Remember, he only made one tank, then purely Hellion Cyclone production, pulled the boys on 2 bases, committed to the all-in. I do like that kind of build on some of these smaller maps, like your Last Fantasies. I'm not too fond of it here, though. Up next, we're going to be loading into Persephone. There are going to be more opportunities for Creator to engage, to slow down the push, so we're expecting something different again out of TaeJa. We'll see. We shall see. Likewise, we'll see if Creator does go for a more aggressive response. We have seen some players struggle with mech against something like 4-gate Blink Stalker, for example. Can pop off. But we'll see. As our players are ready, we're loading in. We go spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone. We have the red Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss being forced into a tied series. Can he bring it back and make it to the semifinals? It is a Creator. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the pink Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran tying up the series, forcing the ace match with a unique 2-base mech all-in. Coming into game 3, what do you have for us? It is a TaeJa. We go. We go. As TaeJa does open up double gas. Interesting. So double gas opener, faster factory. I believe this is the first time he's going double gas in this series, if I'm not mistaken. Do you believe? He will be going for a more tech-heavy start. Meanwhile, welcome to Persephone. Persephone is an interesting map, has a couple of unique quirks here and there, like our healing pad, we have some goal bases, we have speed zones as well, short rush distance by air. Does allow for job play to hit a little bit faster. We'll see if TaeJa does commit a little bit harder into Banshees, for example. This creator does poke in. Scout is denied, and the factory is on the way. For all creator knows, it could be a CC on the high ground instead, so creator's working with incomplete information. So far, the scouting is denied. Once again, though, we're probably expecting mech out of TaeJa. So we're leaning into. As once again, Twilight Council opener at a creator. I was tempted to see if he was going to mix it up a little bit more. So far, not. Let's open Twilight Council. Oh, hello. Setting up a proxy across the map. With this, he can reinforce, he can warp in. We'll see if he throws down extra gateways. Have my attention. I did speak earlier about 4-gate blink and how I feel like that should be a little bit stronger against mech, against what we've been seeing, but we'll see what's on creator's mind. Twilight Council is done. And we're going for the proxy Dark Shrine. Okay. We are mixing it up here. A cheeky build out of creator. Now, when it comes to proxy Dark Shrine, this can end the game. Straight up, it can end the game. We are relying a little bit here on our opponents, on our Terran player here, maybe having a little bit too good macro. Now, if TaeJa mules at the wrong time, that's what it comes down to. If he mules, and if he does not have NG for a scan, these DTs can end the game. We've seen players like ByuN just insta GG to this sort of thing. We've seen it against players like Cure as well. Like the best Terrans in the world have at times fall into something like proxy DTs. It happens, baby, it happens. Oh. Meanwhile, nice round, very nice. 3 probes do fall, so a bit of a 1-to-1 trade. That was 2 Hellions, a Reaper for 3 workers. Meanwhile, here comes that Dark Shrine. Oh boy. This is also a meta where, I mean, we still do see Raven-based openers, but we haven't seen a Raven at all this series. True, right? Like TaeJa, he's not been playing Raven. Whereas in standard TVP, there's a higher chance that a Raven would be coming out to harass across the map with auto turrets. That isn't the case here. Here come the Dark Templar. And currently there is no scan. Oh boy. Yeah, currently there is no scan. Mules were spent at the natural. Does notice? Yeah, he doesn't. He knows. He does notice. Boys being pulled away. We're buying time for the scan. So far, 40 NG. Needs more time. Damage is being done. From here, he could try to like force his way into the main. Ravens in production. And so far, this is crippling damage. No mining here at the natural. There's the first scan. And we're about to have another. Yeah, we have another scan as well. So again, this is... It's okay. 4 CV kills. There's the second scan. 4 CVs. Mining was denied, but TaeJa does hold, does defend. How many Banshees did he make? Just one. So just one Banshee. He was forced to make the Raven. TaeJa did not cancel Cloak. Ooh, so Cloak did finish, but he only has the one Banshee. So not the best setup here. As TaeJa does move in. Speaking of, where's the Observer? Observer's at the natural. Banshee gets 1 probe kill. And TaeJa is going to be embracing mech. Now again, after the opener of these DTs, they did fairly well for themselves, and they go back in. 2 more CV kills, 3 SCVs. Raven has arrived. But Creator, he will save the Dark Templar. So I'll save them. And cheeky moves here to Creator. Warping in 2 more DTs. Morphing in a second Archon. With this, he's building up his Archon Immortal army with charge, no blink. Creator settling in. From the side of TaeJa, the question becomes, do we get a third CC? I believe by this point in game 1, after this factory was done, okay, there we go. After the factory was done, is when we threw down the third CC. There it is. So TaeJa is not going for a 2-base all-in. He's building up into a longer macro game. Alright, building up. Upgrades are kicking in. And if you recall, I mentioned at the start of the last game how we have seen some Colossus-based play against mech. It looks like we're seeing it here. I'm still not entirely convinced, but can work well against specifically battle mech. This Creator, he's rushing into the gold. He does have map control, true. Rushing to the gold base. She's still being an annoyance. Creator, he's in position to deny the third. There is no third base yet. We're a little bit early. Creator pokes in. He's posturing. He shouldn't push into the defensive setup on 2 bases. I believe he's just checking for the expansion. Just checking for the third base. Spots the army, rotates to the linear third location, confirms there is no base yet. And we just gotta calm down. just calm down. Don't move into the natural. Just calm down, warp in, contain. Colossus production has begun. There's the Siege. Creator does spot the army.
Our pylon is under attack.
Proxy gets spotted, that does distract. He's just slowly getting in position. Who catches who? Nice force fields. Yeah, force fields, they lock down the tank. Tank gets caught, Cyclones as well, but doesn't quite commit. Again, Creator only fighting with half his army at the same time, drops into the main. Oh, the Prism gets shut down. There's no way out. But the Archons there, forced to recall. And they will recall. They make it back in time. Creator, he maynards over towards the gold. The gold is fully saturated. And you know what that means? That means we're making zealots. We're making a lot of zealots here. That should be the goal. Simon does catch an Archon. Creator has to be so careful not to be caught out. TaeJa, he does scout. He does confirm the gold. Is aware. So we're at the gold base. Tank does siege. Creator coming in from behind. At least trying to. But where are those Zealot war pins? Gets the tank. So let's catch the tank. Colossus getting caught out. Get out of here. The Colossus gets caught by the lock-on. Barely does get away. Can't say the same for the Archons. He has Creator, he's on his own, the army's out of position. And TaeJa is pushing through. Oh. Creator coming in from behind. Does catch those reinforcements, the base is gonna go down. Remember, Creator, he has the gold, so he can afford that, but he's getting surrounded. Oh! Let's get out of here. Yeah, again, Creator, he's just out in the open. It's just a really awkward position for the Protoss. Immortals are going to go down. Oh, we're running out of Cyclones though. We need to catch those lock-ons, and they will. Yeah, Creator, he just plummets in supply. Not enough Zealots, not enough reinforcements. Okay, but does escape. Does pull away. Oh. At the same time, there was some Zealot harass. 16 SCV kills. So TaeJa also taking some losses. Also does sustain losses here. Creator of the goal base is putting in a lot of work. As the Stalkers are getting caught out. Once again, Creator is caught trying to defend his main base and also his gold. So he's never actually fought with his entire army. His army's cut in two. And that's been giving TaeJa a lot of opportunities. So Creator does counterattack, catching out 2 Cyclones. TaeJa is forced back home. Oh. Forced back does catch every single Stalker. Stalkers do fall. Those are expensive losses here for Creator. Finally, the army is able to come together. It's been a while. The army does unite. Okay, what do we have? We have 5 Immortals, 2 Colossus. Ooh, the Hellbat's not quite in position. A couple of Cyclones get caught. Vikings are being targeted down as well. Let's focus firing on those Vikings. The Cyclones are trying to get on top of the Colossus, but they barely cannot. And Zelsa do a great job tanking. The Immortals aggro him. And Creator, he will take the fight. Again, there just wasn't enough buffer there. GG gets caught. TaeJa gets shut down. And Creator, he will claim the series 2-1. Taking down TaeJa and advancing on to the semis. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, we had an intense back and forth there between Creator and TaeJa. Thankfully, despite Creator getting caught down in the open, he was able to get economic damage. He was going for Zealot run by his Zealot counterattacks. A lot of SCVs were going down, so TaeJa didn't have the economic lead that he otherwise should have had after sniping bases. And of course, the gold base is also a big factor. Sure, it was a little bit awkward for Creator to defend the gold, but it did allow him to have a boosted economy, to sustain himself, to build up those Zealots. And they did a great job, but they did a good enough job tanking for the army, tanking for the Immortals. GG. GG, well played with that. Creator, he does advance on. But a shout out to TaeJa, because TaeJa, he was definitely making Creator sweat. He was It was an intense one for sure. GG, well played. Creator does advance on to the semifinals, and he's waiting for the winner of the quarterfinals. Oh my god, so much of the bracket is still ongoing. There's so much still to come, as our matches weren't even that fast. We went all the way to the ace match, but heading on over, we have NightMare. NightMare took down the Omega 2-0. We had Mute taking down Lelix 2-0. We have NightMare versus Mute facing off in the lower quarterfinals match. That means we will have a PvP for the semis. So we'll see who can advance on. Scrolling on up, we do have a Geralt. Geralt, he takes down Triple 2-1. Oh, went all the way to the ace match. Percival takes down Adeshi. We have Geralt versus Percival in the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, we have Rebellion still waiting for the winner of ByuN and Ragnar, as those matches are still ongoing as well. I say that, never mind. It looks like reports, looks like that was not updated. I can confirm ByuN and Rebellion are mid-series. They are mid-series. They're 8 minutes into their game. Creator has a decent army composition against Static Mech. No, his composition is meant to deal with Battle Mech. Specifically, the big factor there, which put in a lot of work, with charge lots. Like, charge lots are so important when it comes to tanking, specifically lock-ons, right? They tank the lock-ons of the Cyclones. They also are able to, as we were trying to mention, like, buffer for the Colossus, buffer for the Immortals. Like, the Zealots are a big factor when it comes to that kind of army composition. It ensures that the Cyclones aren't able to get on top of the Rebel units, aren't able to get on top of, like, the key units of that army. Go. TaeJa's first map win against the Protoss since 2020. Let's go. Let's go. For context, of course, he was retired for most of that time. But yes. But otherwise, we are going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a break here, and when we come back, we will have a next series. I'm most likely going to be waiting for NightMare and Mute to finish, just because, you know, creators already waiting, so most likely the lower semis will be our priority, and then we'll be getting into the upper semis thereafter. Purely Terran and Protoss. It's what we're used to, papi. It's what we're used to. Let's go. But yes, for now, we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have a next series. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Sparkling Tuna Cup. Sparkling Tuna Cup number 104. We already have our first semifinalists in Creator, and we are here to determine who will face off against Creator in those semifinals as we are jumping in mid-series into this PvP. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Peruvian Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Mute. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is NightMare. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our PvP. We are jumping in mid-series, and I have no idea what the hell happened so far, but we are in the ace match here. Mute, has been popping off as of late over the past, year of play. And for him to take a map off of NightMare is already an amazing feat. Can he go further? Can he go even further? Can he bring NightMare down? Wait to find out. So far, 2-gate open. 2-gate opener at NightMare, 2-gate opener at a Mute. So far, so good. We have our initial 2 gates. With that, we'll see if either player does hide their second pylon. We'll see if we attempt a proxy, if we fake a proxy. As both players are scouting each other, keeping tabs on their setup, and it looks like no one is moving out with the probe, and no one is setting up for a proxy pylon. There we go, second pylon for a Mute, and we should be seeing the same for NightMare as well. With that, both players will scout, both players will confirm, both players know that nothing crazy is going on. From here, we can now expand. Now, some of our players may decide to open up with a Stargate a little bit earlier and delay their Nexus. For now, though, we are waiting for our first units of choice. Do we open up a double Stalker, double Adept, a Stalker Sentry, Sentry Expand? How do we open up? We have the answer. Sentry Adept out of NightMare. Okay. Sentry Expand out of Mute. So Mute is going for a greedier, more economic start. NightMare going for scouting information more than anything. Mute is here to block, to delay. It's here to delay. Both players are expanding. And outside of that, nothing too crazy is going on. Again, Mute, he just has sentries to survive, to defend. And it's going to be on Mute here to keep up with the Adept to make sure he does get out of hand. So far, NightMare does get the 1 probe kill. Oh, Robo follow-up out of Mute. Interesting. Going for the Robo, going for earlier Immortal production. Twilight counts out of NightMare, getting into Blink Stalkers. So we have a very different dynamic here. NightMare, he'll have a little more micro potential, he'll have map control and have a little more versatility with his army. Meanwhile, Mute, he will have faster Immortal production available to him to have a much more robust army. He should be able to take a fight head on. Not just that, he can just build up, slowly get a third base, and potentially even turn this into an all-in with Glaive Adepts behind it as well. We'll see how hard he commits. He could also go for a first War Prism, and the Observer's on the way. If he goes for an earlier War Prism, he can try to go for War Prism Harass early on. That is an option here for Mute. Otherwise, they're playing it safe. There it is, Prism is on the way. Mute can soon move out. We'll see if he warps in a 4th Sentry. He could go for a quad Sentry drop, which is not uncommon. Yep, there it is. He has all 4 sentries, and we are going for the quad drop. Now, the purpose of this 4 sentry drop is to deal critical economic damage. The goal here is to bust into the mineral line, force field the mineral line, and just focus on as many probes as possible. It's a cheeky move here from Mute. Very cheeky. NightMare, he's not in position. Uh-oh. And NightMare, he's over outside of the natural. The Observer does confirm. Mute, he's going for the mineral line. He's going for the probes. And he will lock them in. Yeah, there's no escape. There's no pulling away here. Probes are going to be going down. Warping Zealots into the mix as well. Nice control, nice juggling. Ooh, but the Prism does pull away. The Zealots are on a move. And the sentry's all going to go down. This is an expensive trade here for Mute. If you escape with the sentries, that's one thing. But looking at the trades, he got, 12. that was still a lot of workers. 12 probes in total did fall. So Mute did kill a lot of workers, but he lost the army, he lost the sentries. So we had a bit of a give and take here. as Mute does take an economic lead. Oh, was that the prism just went down? The prism just got sniped. Ay, ay, ay. NightMare, he busts into the main. And he's just pulling Mute apart. He's trying to, as we mentioned before, because the higher immortal counts, Mute he is favored in a head-on engagement. But the immortals are stuck behind. NightMare, he can just poke in, poke out. And go for these more hidden run tactics. Speaking of, does get eyes on the would-be third. And he will get a pylon. The pylon blinks back into the main base. And Mute is being pulled apart here. And cannot keep up. And more pylons going to be going down. Brutal losses. As that is Naruto's pylon. Instead goes for the economy. Goes for more probe kills. And Mute, does he just commit across the map? He turns around. Yeah, he turns back around. But he's losing far too much here. So much economic damage. More probes are falling. There's a recall back home. That's recall. And Mute is going for glaives. If you recall, we did mention how 2-bait, like Immortal Mass Glaive Adepts, is a thing you can go for, and it's kind of what we're working towards here. The economy here is lackluster. Mute, he lost so many probes already. So it's all or nothing for Mute. He's going to be gearing up for one big assault. The problem here is that because he's had to rebuild all these probes, it means that NightMare has had the luxury of catching up. Catching up in Immortals, building up his Stalkers, getting further ahead. +2 is on the way here for Mute. NightMare, he's pushing. Does saturate his 3 bases, but is still being quite aggressive. And through sheer numbers, NightMare, he can just overwhelm despite the lack of upgrades. They commit. Stalkers age out with the Immortals. He gets 1, 2, 3 Immortals go down. Before Glaives hit the field. Before the Glaive Adepts, Mute will lose the main army. So many Immortal kills, and he dives on the remaining Immortals. Gets 2 more. The War Prism as well. GG gets called. NightMare, he'll pull Mute apart, and NightMare will advance on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Shout out to Mute for making a series out of this and for forcing the ace match as well. But here, alas, I mean, he even had some nice moves when it came to his sentry drop, when it came to the damage dealt, but he did lose all of his sentries, he lost his ults as well, so it was a big investment for Mute. Likewise, he was caught by the counterattack as well. We spoke about how NightMare would have the more mobile army, and boy oh boy did he make use of that mobility. He was just pulling Mute apart. Mute could not keep up. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are heading over to the Korean server as we have our first semis waiting for us. Let's go. Let us go as we have, oh my god, as we have our finalists, sorry, our semi-finalists. We have NightMare advancing on over Mute. We have, of course, Creator advancing on over TaeJa, so we have a PvP in the lower semis. Meanwhile, Geralt just took down Percival 2-1, went all the way to the ace match where Geralt did bring him down, and Geralt, he's waiting for the winner of ByuN and Rebellion in those semis. Here we go. I say that, it looks like ByuN and Rebellion just finished. It looks like they just wrapped up. So I think we're about to get some updates regarding that series. Regardless, we are going to be jumping into those lower matches. Yeah, there we go. There it is. ByuN takes down Rebellion 2-0, and ByuN, he's up against Geralt in the upper semi-finals as well. Again, unfortunately, the results weren't provided until a little bit later, so we're going to be jumping into the lower semis first and then the upper semifinals. So our players, they have a little bit of time. ByuN and Girl, they have a little bit of downtime here. I'm sure this PvP won't take long. I'm sure it'll be fine, Papi. It'll be fine. Let's go. As readers are underway. And for now, we're going to be going on a very short break. We're going to be going on a very short break here. When we come back, we'll have the lower semis, followed by the upper semis, followed by the grand finals. 3 series remaining, 3 series left. See you soon. See you soon after the short break. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals of the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 104. It's been an intense broadcast already. We were able to even feature some new players here. I mean, I say new players to at least our tournament after long hiatuses and after long retirements as well. But now we're down to, I mean, I guess, true, even some players freshly out of retirement, like this player here, spawning in the bottom right corner of Ley Lines. We have our South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone, only just recently returning to competitive play. It is NightMare. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Red Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss. It is Creator. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. In a PvP, anything is possible. I do lean towards Creator, but at the same time, I fully understand that NightMare has been improving quite quickly over the past couple of weeks. For those that don't quite remember, NightMare, he did retire quite some time ago, around the beginning of EWC. He did retire to compete in Deadlock. He was competing in a Deadlock with a competitive team. But alas, he did end up leaving said team. He stopped competing in Deadlock and only recently did return to StarCraft 2. So did return, has been streaming almost daily as a result. So NightMare, he's been on that grind. He's been back at it with SE2 and he has been regaining his skills. And where exactly is he? How does he compare to someone like Creator? That's a good question. We have seen NightMare pop off though. I think it was a couple of weeks, like maybe last week, where NightMare took down Cure. He took down, I think he took down Classic as well, and Rogue. Like NightMare, he took down one of each of the big players, one of each of the big races in Korea. It was crazy. So NightMare, he's risen up quite quickly. He's risen quite quickly in recent times. We'll see how that translates here. So far, you see Stalker Sentry out of a NightMare, Stalker Sentry out of Creator. No one is going for the proxy, no one is going for a fake proxy pylon either. Everything so far is above board. So players are delaying their expansions. We do have our pylon blocks. As both players do cancel and both players do expand. So far, mirrored builds. So far, we are keeping up. We have more sentries on the way, more hallucinations. With that, we're going to be scattering each other, just ensuring there's no hidden tech, there's no crazy structure. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Creator into Blink. Meanwhile, NightMare should be doing the same, also going for the Twilight Council. Oh boy. Now, when it comes to NightMare versus Creator, there's a higher chance that we're going to get into a longer kind of mid-game setup. What I mean by that is that there are certain Protoss players out there that are hyper-aggressive and always looking forward to covering them. Players like Classic and Hero, for example. Classic and Hero are very aggressive, very active, very in-your-face, and often we do have some more intensity in those games. Here, Creator and NightMare, I expect things to slow down at least a little bit coming into the mid-game. I guess what I mean by that, I don't know if we're ever going to proxy in one base all in at all in this series. I don't know about that. I don't know. As NightMare does that bait proxy pylon, the pylon is going to be scattered almost immediately. Creator, he does find it, and he ideally wants to wait for it to finish. Yeah, nice moves. So he lets it finish, and then he can secure a kill. NightMare's pushing. Creator now moving out. Creator here will find the army. So far, we have some decent force fields. So some of the sentries, of course, are going to be locked out. Stalker's going to be focused, going to be targeted. And Creator, he will take this fight. Does waste a couple of shots on the pylon, but he forces back those Stalkers. Still a messy engage. The final Stalkers are being hunted down. Where are those reinforcements? Where are those warpins? Just now coming in. Both players, they reset their sentries. And the army supply here, neck and neck. Still very close. NightMare throwing down extra gateways. Creator going for a robo. And then the NightMare does back off. Again, both armies, they kind of bounce off each other. Very clutch trades in the end. Yep, dead even, actually. Creator lost 5 Stalkers and 3 sentries. NightMare lost the same. Crazy, baby, crazy. So dead even trades. NightMare moves in. Shouldn't force a cancel. And shouldn't get the pylon either. Get it, as we do have two adepts shading into the mineral line. So far, 3-4 probes going down. Not bad. Gets 4 workers. NightMare is pushing. From here, catching out some of these free Stalkers. Immortal's out of position. And rest of the army as well. So better catch it from NightMare. Creator just not where he needs to be. Boys are being pulled. Creator getting desperate. That's a lot of Stalkers falling. And 9 probe kills as well. And NightMare is doubling out control. Just a much better fight for NightMare. Adepts that were distracting. Creator caught with his pants down. And that might just be game. The Immortal's exposed as well. GG, and NightMare, he does find a way in. He does catch Creator out of position and takes a lead in the series 1-0. GG. GG, well played in one fell swoop. As a reminder, NightMare, he did have extra gateways. Remember, he threw down extra gateways. Meanwhile, Creator was going for immortal production, and with those extra gateways led into a larger army. On top of that, Creator, he was caught with half his army at his third, the other half heading towards the natural base instead. So he was caught out. GG, well played. NightMare takes the lead. Let's go. NightMare does take a lead, and now we're going to be loading into Tokamak. Tokamak is a much larger map of the map pool. Coming into this larger map, there is potential for proxies, there is potential for some shenanigans early on, but I don't know if NightMare and Creator are really the kind of players to embrace that kind of style, unlike someone like Hero, or like Classic, or even like Zaun as well, for sure. We'll see. We'll find out. We will find out as we're jumping into that second game. Personally, I'm hoping for an ace match, I'm hoping for a back and forth. Here we go. Also, very quickly, because I just had to refresh stream elements, I have a big announcement here. Over the past couple of days, we actually had a big surge of support on Patreon. I don't really know what prompted that, but thank you so much. Thank you so much to all of our new supporters. Again, over the past 3 days, we had, I want to say, 3 new supporters on Patreon, and we had a player update their current pledge on Patreon as well. And if you notice, just under NightMare's name, we have our goal. We have our goal for Patreon, and we have exceeded that goal. So thank you so much to all of our patrons, to our newer patrons, and also to the patrons that have recently updated their memberships as well. Thank you so much for the support. For those who don't know, our Patreon is funding this tournament, this Sparkling Tuna Cup, alongside Sea Duckling Open and Master Swan Open as well. All 3 of our tournaments are all exclusively funded via Patreon, so thank you so much for that. And so, yeah, with that new goal being reached, that of course Patreon payments are monthly, so for the upcoming month we will have a boosted prize pool for Tuna Cup for this tournament. Let's go, baby, let's go. So thank you so much for the support, so we do appreciate it. And again, Tuna Cup is funded via Patreon as well, so thank you so much. If you want to help us grow Sparkling Tuna Cup, you can do so via Patreon. All designed to grow it, all designed to boost the prize pool. 100% of that money on Patreon goes towards the players, of course. Fun fact, our next goal, which should be at 550 USD, is actually where we can start getting paid. I believe the upcoming goal is for admins and casters to receive some of that money as well. But currently, it's all towards the players. Currently, it's all towards the prize money of these tournaments. All towards the players. Oh. Oh no. As we just got an update. Oh no. Hopefully everything's okay. I hope it's not what I think it is, but guys, we have an update. We have an update here. So we have a little bit of downtime. We're waiting for our players to get ready. Creator, he just said, sorry, 1 minute. My keyboard, boom. Either the keyboard is currently malfunctioning. I hope that doesn't mean that he did smash his keyboard after that game. I hope that's not the case, but he needs a moment because I think he has to replace his keyboard. Oh no. Oh no. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Ah. So, yeah, apparently his keyboard isn't working at the moment. And I'm hoping he has a replacement, or I'm hoping that that we can get it to work. Oh boy, that's that's unfortunate. When you say boom, I just thought RGB went too hard and exploded. I mean, I don't know what. All I know is boom. That's all I know. Hold on. I'll put it in our Discord. Oh no. So yeah, we might not be able to continue, which would be a shame. I mean, sure, NightMare is up in the series, but I can 100% see Creator taking this. 100%. Aye. Xbox Live feed. So we're gonna be going on a short break. We're going on a short break. Oh no. As we're gonna try to, at least Creator's gonna try to fix his keyboard. Oh god. We'll see you soon. Mewtwo on NightMare in my books. Cap. But yeah, we're gonna be going on a short break, and when we come back, I'm hoping we can continue the series, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Do apologize for the delay when it came to the next game, but we had a bit of an emergency, and thankfully, things have resolved. We have an update here, but our red player did actually replace the keyboard. The keyboard has been replaced. Thankfully, he had a backup. Thankfully, he is good to go. And spawning in the bottom right corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. It is NightMare. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent with a fresh keyboard, and hopefully everything's working as intended. We have our South Korean Protoss. It is Creator. There we go. As we are jumping into game 2. Again, don't know what exactly happened to the last keyboard. I just know it went boom. I just know it exploded, Bobby. Ah, no. It's over. Have gotten out another keyboard. Well, I wouldn't know what I would do if I mean, I think I have true. I have an old membrane keyboard that I guess if my mechanical something would ever happen to it. God, I don't know if I could ever go back to using a non-mechanical keyboard. That would feel so weird. I can't believe I ever used to. Been years back, been years. But true, I do have an old membrane keyboard chilling nearby. Membrane backer, let's go. True. For now, though, we're settling in. We do have a 2-gate opener here out of a NightMare. Likewise, 2-gate opener out of Creator. Winding it back, when it came to the previous game, we just had mirrored builds getting in towards the mid-game. That's when players did deviate. We had Creator going for a more Immortal-heavy style. We had NightMare going for an influx of Stalkers, and NightMare did catch Creator off guard. Did catch him off guard. Was able to snowball out of control from there. But we'll see how our players do adjust coming into game 2. Let's go. For now, we do open up Stalker Sentry from the side of Creator. Sentry Adept out of NightMare. Does move out. So both players will be expanding. Next is for NightMare, next is for Creator. So here we are just slowly setting up. Once again, we do have our Twilight Council follow-up, so just like last game, both players are working towards Blink. So Blink is going to be on the horizon. And we'll see again if either player does throw down extra gateways, if anyone's too greedy, if anyone takes up. But now we're slowing things down. Just non-stop scatting. Adepta does shade into the main. One Adept does 2 short workers, and so far 1 probe goes down. Just the one. Just 1 probe kill, nothing major. Creator does defend. He holds, he defends. Once again, both players just ensuring there's no, say, Dark Shrine follow-up or 3rd and 4th gateway. Stargate, true. That's they both have the same pattern. They scout the edge of the map, and they get into the bases. Oh, Creator going straight for the 3rd. Okay, this time going for a much greedier build. Remember, last game we saw a Robo. This time straight into the 3rd. Robo is scattered. NightMare claims his own. So far, we're keeping up. So to have our earlier Forge from Creator, getting to +1. If you recall, last game, NightMare, he skipped his Forge and just skipped upgrades entirely. Looking similar here. So far, NightMare does find the army, does get a couple of sentries. 1, 2 sentries going down. Better pickups. Shield battery's not yet done, and NightMare is just catching out more stalkers. Shield battery will complete. NightMare trading. Takes out the battery. And may still be able to overwhelm. Again, he barely has that stalker advantage. He's up by 2. He's barely up in stalkers. So far, he trades well. Oh. Let's get another. Bleeds out a stalker towards the end, and Creator holds. Whew, Creator, he does hold on, does defend. We have more gateways on the way for NightMare. Getting into +1 of his own. Catching up on those upgrades, getting to charge. Both players are. At this point, Creator, he does hold. And the game will continue. Okay, we can calm down, but we can calm down. In the end, the trades were slightly in favor of NightMare. We're in favor. And likewise, still popping up, gets another 3 probes. Gets 4 probes. 4 probe kills me. A big shout out to Icecar in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for resubscribing for 38 months. Oh my god, that's a lot of months. That's a lot of months, man. But thank you so much for the support. Como siempre, como siempre. Icecar. Good morning as well. I know it's quite early. Quite early in Latin America. There's NightMare still being active. I believe he has the higher gate count. Yeah, he's up to 8 gateways, up against the 4 of his opponent. NightMare once again just wants to overwhelm. And can he get on top of those Immortals? Speaking of, does go for the dive, does target fire the Immortal. The Immortal goes down almost instantly. Yeah, the Immortal falls, no shield battery. No support. And once again, similar to last game, NightMare, he might just be able to break through. And boys are being pulled into charge lots. Stalkers once again pushing in. And NightMare, he's breaking the 3rd. He breaks the third base. GG. NightMare, he does claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Once again, we did have a bit of a different approach. NightMare, he did still go for a +1 at least, still embrace his upgrades, but he was so assertive there. He went up to 8 gateways towards the end. Creator, he was actually on 4 gateways, and he was getting a 4th base. So Creator, once again, he was building up towards a more longer macro game, whereas NightMare was able to strike then and there with just an overwhelming army. GG. GG, well played. NightMare does claim the series 2-0. Advancing on, and the question becomes who will face off against NightMare in those finals. Up next, we do have a PBT. Up next, we do have ByuN and Geralt facing off. Here we go. As ByuN took down Rebellion to make it to the semis, and Geralt took down Percival. We're just setting up. Beautiful. Beautiful. And a big shout to Chrononauts in the chat as well, to Late Chrononauts. Thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime for 12 months for a full year of support. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. Aye, aye, aye. Thanks for the wonderful casting of the tournaments. Ah, you're welcome, Late Chrono. You're welcome. We do what we can. We do what we can. Thank you so much for all the support. Ah. Este Icecar. Este Chrononauts. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to be getting to our next series. Again, both Game 1 and Game 2 between NightMare and Creator, it was a little bit more cut and dry. It was, again, NightMare just finding these openings, being hyper-aggressive, going for these timings, and breaking Creator when he did least expect it. So he was caught with his pants down twice. And looks like our players might need a moment to conduct their vetoes. Looks like they do need a moment. Bearing in mind as well that we do have a random raffle that we're going to be hosting after this series before the finals. It is going to be a raffle. We'll get there. Here we go, but we are going to be going on a very short break. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have ByuN and Geralt. We'll see you soon. See you soon after this short break. Oh. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the upper semi-finals, or semi-finales here of Sparkling Tuna Cup number 104. We have a NightMare waiting in the grand finals. For the winner of this series will be a PvP or TvP We're here to find out. We're here to find out. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Terran, we have the Blue Terran for Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our TVP. And there has been a lot of shakeup when it comes to Terran versus Protoss as of late. We've been seeing the rise of mech, of course, from players like Cure, from players like Clem, like Maru, like TaeJa earlier today as well. True, we've been seeing a lot of mech. But what I will say is that there is one player that doesn't care about the meta, and he hasn't for a long time, and that is ByuN. ByuN for a very, very long time, even when players were all about 2 base all-ins in TVP, referring to players like Clem, like Maru, like Cure, like Bunny as well, where they would go non-stop 2 base all-in. This was what, like a month ago, 2 months ago, especially during like the GSL Season 1 kind of era of StarCraft of this year. ByuN, he would not comply. He would not, follow everyone else and also embrace that kind of style. ByuN, he is often going towards the mid game. Often does play mid game. Often does expand, get a third base, and does play bio. Will that continue to be the case though? That's the question. You know, is he able to stand strong against the tide of mech and 2 base all-ins and play like he always does, or does he capitulate? And does he fall prey to the mech? Ah, no. ByuN, I believe in you, Pappy. I believe. Let's go. Now, we are loading into Ultra Love. Ultra Love is one of the smaller maps in the map pool, so aggression is favored here. If ByuN were to go for a 2 base all-in, I would not blame him at all on a map like Ultra Love, especially against Geralt. Geralt, he is known for his late game. Like Geralt, he has some insane late game. We've seen Geralt beat, Cure, and defeat ByuN as well in these series, in these online tournaments, in that late game. If he can get there, right? If he can get there. These two have history with each other. These two, they know how each other plays, and again, we'll see if ByuN can stop Geralt before he reaches his final form. Can he stop it? But now, we do have our double gas opener, delayed CC out of ByuN, going for a faster 1-1-1 setup. So faster tech out of ByuN. Reaper's going to be zoned away. Reaper's zoned away, setting up for the initial mine drop. And we'll see where ByuN takes us from here. Oh boy. Now, what I will say about ByuN and standing against mech, I'm specifically referring to Terran versus Protoss, right? Like ByuN, we have seen him play mech plenty of times against Zerg. That we have seen. Go. So Reaper gets across the map, gets a probe. Let's get a probe, not much more than that. So far we have 3 gate blink out of Geralt, everything looking normal, everything looking as it should. And we're just getting ready for the drop here for ByuN. Spend those boost across the map. We have double Tech Lab on the way, Tech Lab on the starport, Tech Lab on the factory. Should be for tank and Banshee play. Should be. We'll see what he can get done. We do see Geralt fanning out to intercept any kind of drop play, but he does miss the medevac. Thankfully, he does react in time. Pulls away. So far, just killing the one. Base out of force field. Jeez. Burrs the other. And ByuN, he will get away with the medevac at least, but does not get that second shot off. So nice defense here by Geralt. Defends well. He shuts us down. ByuN behind this, as you can see, Raxes, not factories. Again, ByuN, he is one to embrace the bio play, not the mech play. We're leaning towards and expecting a third CC, but again, still a little bit early for that. Oh, going Liberator, not Banshee. My apologies. Let's go for the Liberator follow-up. Blink is about to finish. With high ground vision, Geralt, he could attempt to dive into the main. The second tank has arrived. ByuN is setting up. He sets up well. this force back. And Geralt is working towards charge into a Temple Archives after the third. So gets up to his third base, then in towards Storm. He's building up into the mid game. From the side of ByuN, we're still waiting to see if he throws down extra production buildings or a third command center. So we're getting into earlier stim. Okay. Earlier stim production. He's got his 3 tanks. ByuN, can he catch out these stalkers? Oh. Gets one. One stalker goes down. Every little bit counts. As Liberator does get across the map, gets 5 probe kills on the main. Very nice. 5 probes. ByuN, he keeps on pushing. Okay, the upgrades are still not quite done. ByuN, he's holding his own. Hallucination just checked. Third CC is on the way. As we mentioned, there was no 4th or 5th racks. So no commitment, no 2 base all in. ByuN is expanding. And again, this is typically ByuN's style in this matchup, which is rare, right? It's like the only other player that does regularly play like this. I was gonna say Clem, that's not even true anymore. that's not even true. So I appreciate it. ByuN, the only top Terran that's still playing, you know, Bio into the mid game in TVP. Oh, let's go. He attempts to dive. Gets punished. Punished. ByuN, he moves out. And Storm is not yet ready. Pre-Storm ByuN, he could break the natural. He could break this army. Charges. No, that was a brutal blink. He blinked on it and he gets punished. That's what, 4 stalkers going down. Oh, and that might just be game. That might just be game here. ByuN, he does threaten to dive into the main base, pushes into the natural. He's also going down. And Geralt trying to come in from behind. He does have some storms available, but there's just barely an army here. Yeah, there's barely anything for Geralt. And ByuN is snowballing out of control. Takes on 18 probes at the natural. And Geralt, he just doesn't really have an army to work with here. He's trying to warp in, drop towards the third. And Geralt just completely pulled apart. Losing so many workers. And still losing more. Ta-da! And mine shots going off. 28 probe kills. And the problem is that Geralt, he just can't engage. He cannot engage with the main army. He just doesn't have enough. ByuN picks up. Honestly, ByuN, he could be the one that engages instead. He could just stim on this army. Focus on that High Templar. Speaking of, yep. Does focus, does High Templar goes down. And there's only 1 Templar left. 1 Templar remaining. Behind this, ByuN is fully saturated on 3 bases. He has an economy. There's the first storm. And there's 1 more storm left. ByuN, he hasn't been able to reinforce, so Geralt, he can break this. As Zealots have arrived, they get on top of the tanks, and they should reset this army. They should at least get on top of every tank here. Marines, they trade as best they can. Geralt takes out all the tanks. Medevacs to escape, and here comes the second army. Here comes the second wave. Oh no! He wants the Archon. Oh, he gets it. We'll take a storm to the face. But again, ByuN is up 20 workers. Now he has ghosts, he has EMPs. EMP does connect. Takes down the Archons, High Templar, the everything. The EMP was brutal. But it was already an uphill battle. Geralt just doesn't have an army. GG gets called, doesn't have an economy, and ByuN, he will take a 1-0 lead. Whew, GG. ByuN, he does take a lead. And we'll see if Geralt can bounce back. Again, as we mentioned, aggression is favored on Ultra Love, so it can be very difficult to keep up with these early move-outs. ByuN did push across the map, but Geralt unfortunately had a really rough start to the fight. If you remember, Geralt, he was waiting for Storm. Storm was like 10 seconds out, so he needed a little bit more time. And if you remember, he blinked into the army when I almost said TaeJa, when ByuN was already sieged on the high ground. ByuN, he was sieged up, and Geralt blinked in, and he lost, was it 4 or 5 stalkers? He lost almost every stalker. That was a brutal start to the fight, and that meant that Geralt didn't really have anything to try to focus down the tanks, to try to dive in. He lost the backbone of his army, and he couldn't engage. He couldn't engage, he was just stuck outside of the army instead, and GG. GG, well played. Just a really rough start there for Geralt. Start to the fight, I mean, and with that, we're getting into game 2. We're jumping into game 2, and we'll see if Geralt can bring this back. As I do actually favor our Protoss player coming into map 2, but we'll get there. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Geralt. Here we go. So we have our TVP. God damn. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. Meanwhile, a big shout out in the chat to our lovely Polish viewer, Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry. Siema, papi, siema. For subscribing for 7 months. 7 months, currently on a 2-month win streak. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, papi. Thank you so much. I cannot pronounce your name. I can't do it, papi. I can't do it. Siema, papi, siema. Thank you so much. I don't even, my brain doesn't even know how to comprehend where to start. I can't. There's too much going on in that one name. I know the Shema. Can't do it. You're an animal, man. You're an animal. No. Jesus. What does it translate to? What is it? What does it mean? Is it just a name? Regardless, thank you. We do appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed the content, hope you enjoyed the casting, hope you enjoyed the star cast. Start with the rest just rolls off the tongue. It's just what do you mean you're having issues with this name? It's fine. It's natural, man. It's natural. Hey. As from here, we are setting up. We do have an standard opener here out of Geralt. Meanwhile, ByuN back at home opening up with a, once again, Faster Factory delayed CC. The same build that we saw last game. So same opener 2 games in a row out of ByuN. But welcome one all to Tokamak. Okay, it's a made up name. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. But coming into this, we are loading into Tokamak. Tokamak is a larger map of the map pool, long rush distance by ground. This map, it is easier to defend on 3 and 4 bases. So the reason why I said earlier that I do favor Geralt coming into this is because ByuN's aggression is going to be stifled on Tokamak. It's not going to hit as hard. It's not going to be as impactful as it was on Ultra Love, or on Pylon, or on some of these other smaller maps, on Torches, Last Fantasy. So here I do lean more towards the defending player, at least when it comes to surviving that aggression. Of course, I'm sure ByuN is aware of that, and ByuN, he wasn't even all in. Remember, he was getting a 3rd CC. Ooh, as his CC is delayed. Yeah, delay in the command center. Nice pick up here by Geralt. But he will lose the Stalker. Or will he? Oh, he gets away. He barely gets away. Mine shot going off, catching a Stalker though. Yeah, Stalker was caught out. ByuN, he wants that Stalker. He's hunting him. He overshoots. Again, it's only 2 Marines. Okay, let's go. We are dropping. So Widowmine doesn't quite get away. We get the double marine drop into the main. Let's go. Can't get much done. Unfortunately, wasn't quite able to pick up the Widowmine earlier. And with that, our players will defend. The girl does deflect. Behind us, we have the third base on the way, getting to the forge, +1. We're expecting charge in towards Storm. Meanwhile, ByuN, do we go for an earlier third CC this time? Last game was a 3-rack setup into a third CC. We could see ByuN try to cut corners and be a little bit greedier this time instead. There's the add-on swap into Stim. From here we have the same 3-1-1 setup. Just like last game, we just see ByuN being active. His own girl to slow this down. Picks up a couple of marines, not bad. Oh, one stalker goes down. Does lose a stalker. Geralt, he gets a medevac. Not bad. Gets a medevac, gets a handful of bio. Ooh, he gets baited into the tanks though. He gets baited in. And ByuN is still waiting for his upgrade, still waiting for Stim. And Stim is still on the way. Still in production. Likewise, Geralt, ideally he wants to buy time for Storm. Storm is still in the way as well. He's gathering energy on those High Templar. We'll see if ByuN can make it across the map. Setting off spotter pylons. Stalkers are fanned out. Again, he's hoping to catch any kind of move out. And ByuN going for a split push. Okay. Double drop on the right. CC on location. And ByuN, he's nowhere near as committed as he was last game. Boosting in. Geralt is distracted. In that moment of distraction, does unload in the main. Storm is ready. Storm is done. There's the first Storm. Oh, does force a morph in. But the Storms are connecting and Geralt holds. Oh my god. Yeah, Geralt, he holds on. He shuts down the army. At the same time, ByuN diving in. Pushing into the third base of ByuN. He doesn't really have much support here. The tanks are exposed. Tanks are exposed. They're going to go down. And ByuN, he will lose everything here. The bio, the tanks, but he does get the mineral line. Oh wait, he goes back in. 20 probes, 20 probe kills. Is this worth it? 20 probes go down. Denied mining time as well. It's a shaky defense here for Geralt. He does hold, but it still does lose a lot of workers. It's a lot of probes going down. ByuN getting his starbase saturated. Ghost production has begun. And he's not stopping. He's keeping pace. What am I to do? Borrow. First to do back up. Once again trying to get on top of the High Templar. Not quite able to, but zones away the army, going for the 4th expansion instead. And ByuN will get it. And he gets the expansion, takes out the 4th base. Geralt just cannot keep up. Oh, never mind. Base does survive. Saves the expansion. Geralt, he's holding on. But here come the EMPs. Here come the ghosts. Speaking of brutal EMP, he connects with everything. 0 storms left. Oh, does go for the energy overcharge. Okay, lands one. Lands one storm, and that might be enough. Can Geralt survive? ByuN racing back. He has a high ground. He has EMP. That ByuN he can hold. Now, because he saved that base, he's able to saturate. The fourth base is getting up and running. Now he can afford reinforcements. He can afford zealots. Drop into the main. And he gets in and going for 8 zealots at a time. Goes for a massive warp in. And he will distract ByuN. While he's distracted, Geralt moving in. Going for +2. Not going to be enough. Not quite enough here. ByuN, he holds, he defends. And Geralt, he bled out so many High Templar throughout that fight. At least he does maintain his economy somewhat. But his army is still very flimsy. It's a very flimsy army here. The Bay is delayed. So late Bay, late Colossus production, minimal High Templar counts. It's still a very fragile army for Geralt. Very fragile. All it takes is a couple of well-placed EMPs and this army will just topple over. Now that ByuN preparing for a later game. Second starport. He's getting ready for Mass Viking. It's being active. Geralt, he is getting a 5th base, but by no means has he been able to slow the game down. Like, ByuN still has map control. Geralt is still trying to tread water. Geralt is still trying to stabilize. There are 7 High Templar. That should be enough. 7 Templar, and they are spread out. Okay, there's 3 in the prism. There's 3 Templar safe. EMPs, they pop up. Ooh, Viking does turn away the prism. There's 1 storm so far. Another one is coming in. Storms are coming in. They do land. Ooh, High Templar are going to be going down. Again, Geralt, he's holding. He's holding on. He's down to 2 High Templar. Did cost him almost everything. Up. Can he get the medevac? Oh my god, barely not. Whew. Medevac gets away. +3 is going to be denied. But again, Geralt, he's running out of storms here. He only has the 2 high, these are the only 2 High Templar. He has 1 storm. There's 1 storm available. When it comes to the Colossus, he's getting into disruptors. No Colossus yet. Getting to his Novas. So go making 2 disruptors at a time. As we have reached a point, I mean, earlier when ByuN was popping up, I didn't think we would, but we're maxed out. Both armies are maxed out. It's still a very chaotic army that we're working with. It's still very gateway-centric from the side of Geralt. And he's going to be a little more reliant on disruptors. He has 4 High Templar. Nova goes up, gets a disruptor. Oh! Nova doesn't connect. Nova's not connecting. Storms, they mainly zone away. Ooh, ByuN, he runs through the storms. Not ideal. Does run through. Colossus production has begun here for Geralt. Colossus are on the way. ByuN still has map control. Oh, Trying to catch up the army. Speaking of, ByuN comes from behind, brutally impedes. Oh no! And the High Templar, they get caught out. Completely caught out. Yeah, nice sandwich out of ByuN. Geralt, he plummets in supply. He needs these Novas to connect. These Novas, they can keep Geralt in this game. But he's been on the back foot the entire game. Novas, they graze the army. He's got one Nova left. One more Nova. ByuN sims in. Brutally impedes. And he's going to break through. Yeah, he's going to break through this. Storms from behind. Every disruptor goes down. Ay, ay, ay. The Colossus, they finally arrive, but there's no support. There's no support for the Colossus. They go down instantly, and ByuN, he's done it. He's broken the back of Geralt. You get a very active, very aggressive style here by ByuN. Not all in. That's important to distinguish. Just very active. A lot of drop play, a lot of counterattacks. Again, Geralt, he was doing the best he could to tread water, but that's all he was really doing. Just keeping himself afloat. And with that, ByuN does overwhelm. Takes down the base, the army. There's almost nothing left. There's 3 Stalkers remaining here for Geralt. He's warping in a couple of High Templar. That's 5 Templar morphing in. Doing what he can. Brutal snipe. Again, there's 2 Templar remaining. EMP lands, which means 0 storms. Oh god. There's a brutally impedes. And ByuN sims on forward. There's the energy overcharge. ByuN sims on forward. Once again, there's just no support for the Colossus. There's no buffer. And they're going down. The Colossus are going down. There's 1 flanking Nova. And he gets a couple of ghosts, but GG gets called. ByuN, he will claim the series, he will overwhelm, and ByuN will advance on to the grand finals. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Congratulations, ByuN. He will claim the series again during a meta where you have all these players playing mech, where we have all these players going for 2 base all-ins. No, ByuN, he does stand against all of that and goes for this more macro-oriented bio style. Still very aggressive, still very active, of course, but does require a lot of APM, does require a lot of speed, a lot of attention to be that active, and Geralt had a very hard time keeping up. As we mentioned, when it came to the first move out, the first push, Geralt, he was barely surviving, but he never really had momentum. Even though he maxed out for a moment there, Geralt had a subpar army. The suit does lie there. It was a very inefficient army, very gateway heavy, not many power units behind it, not much splash damage, and ByuN caught him out. ByuN caught him out. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. ByuN, he does advance on to those finals, and we have a TVP finals between who? Between ByuN and NightMare. Let's go. Is going to be that best of 5 Terran versus Protoss matchup. Let's go. Now, before the grand finals, you know what time it is? It is raffle time. La rifa, papi, la rifa. Here we go. Every single week for our tournaments, we have something unique. We have something special. We have a random raffle, specifically for the players, of course. Every player that competes here is equally eligible to earn some extra prize money. Nothing too major, nothing too crazy, just 5 USD, but it's a nice way to spread the love, to spread the support here amongst the players. Again, everyone is equally eligible. The only caveat to that is that players have to have not just signed up and checked in, they have to have played their matches. If there's a forfeit, then they are ineligible for the raffle. So we don't allow forfeits. So if you're out there, if you want to take part, if you want to, hey, a chance to earn some prize money here, that you can do so by signing up, by taking part, by playing in the tournaments. You can do so. Can be you, baby, can be you. For now, this week we have 17 eligible players for this week's random raffle, and one of them walks away a little bit richer. It can go to a player that got knocked down in the first round, or it can even go to a player that is in the finals. Oh boy. So this week the random raffle winner is, oh, I think he's won this before. Congratulations to Ragnar. Ragnar, one of our players that did actually make it to the second round. One moment here as I quickly head on over. You can see Ragnar, he took down Dave Latos 2-0 and went down to ByuN 2-0 in the round of 16. So Ragnar did go down in that second round, did win a series, and hey, won some prize money as well. Congratulations. Congratulations to Ragnar, the Australian Zerg player. Shout out to, I see Honmono as a runner-up. I see D-Mega as well, Creator, Percival, and Ledlix. But alas, only one walks away with that prize money. So congratulations to Ragnar. He's in the money. In the money. Alongside all the top players. So GG, well played. Well played. Well played. Este Ragnar. As Vitas are done. Vitas are done, and we are jumping into the grand finals here. We're jumping into the grand finals here. Vitas are done, and game 1 is going to be on Last Fantasy. Okay, let's go. Game 1 is going to be on Last Fantasy of all maps. What the hell with the vetoes? I appreciate it. Not the first time we're featuring Last Fantasy tonight, by the way. We did feature it earlier. So happy to see it again. Happy to see it again. Also, a hashtag rigged in the chat, of course, of course. For the raffle. I see see him in the chat. That means you have to play random from now on. True, true. Only random. But we do the random raffle for our Tuna Cups, for SDO, and for MSO as well. All our tournaments, all our tournaments. A nice little raffle. Again, just a way to spread the prize money. We just spread it out in a random way. So we have had moments where, say, like ByuN or Creator or NightMare, one of the top 2 players of the tournament, do actually just get a boosted prize pool, just because they land on the random raffle as well. So that's happened before. But overall, GG. And with that, looks like our players, they need a moment. Looks like they do need a moment here, as they do need a small break before the finals. Understandable, understandable. It's been very intense. And it's been a crazy tournament here. I mean, TaeJa, he kind of surprised me, at least, when it comes to how well he was performing against Creator. He had a really, really surprising series. Meanwhile, NightMare was hyper aggressive against Creator as well. Creator, all he wanted to do was macro, by the way. We didn't get to talk about it, but Creator, he just wanted to get a 4th. he just wanted to get a 4th base, build up and max out and get into the mid game. But NightMare, 2 games in a row, he was there to shut Creator down before he could really get into his own game and get into his own build. It's cut down before that could happen. And we'll see how NightMare has, or we'll see what kind of approach he has to Terran versus Protoss. Again, I'm really interested just because NightMare has been less active as of late, or he was retired, I should say, and he's only just now coming back into it. So I don't know how standard he plays in PvT. Is he just going to go 3-gate blink into Storm, into a 3rd base, and just kind of play normal, or does he have that killer instinct? Is he more aggressive than that? I would hope so. Would hope so. For now. Looks like our players are ready. And here we go. We're loading in. Loading into Last Fantasy. Chat, Clem plays Toss now. If you're watching last night, in last night's tournament in Water 2 Monday, Clem was playing Terran. He was competing as Terran. I know that he's been laddering more as Protoss, but I think he's still working on his PvP. Like, he's still working on his... Like, currently, if I'm not mistaken, Clem's weakest matchup with this Protoss is PvP. It's a matchup that he's currently working on. I know that's the case, but I don't believe he's made the full switch yet. As here we go, we're getting to our next game. We're getting into our fresh best of 5 for the grand finals of Sparkling Tuna Cup number 104. And spawning in the bottom hand corner of Last Fantasy, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran for Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top side of Last Fantasy, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is NightMare. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our Terran versus Protoss Grand Finals. And ByuN is opening up CC first. Does go CC first. He throws down the production further back to try to fake just to try to make it look like he isn't here. But NightMare does go further in. NightMare does confirm. Now, because of the production setup here, we have seen Protoss players poke in, go up the ramp, and they pull away before actually confirming, and they miss the scout. So ByuN was being cheeky. He's like, leave me alone. Get out of here. I was like, no, your door's open. So NightMare, he confirms the greed of ByuN. He's aware. He also confirms his location. True. As he's back. He wants the SCV. He wants it. Oh, the SCV does take some extra hits and will pull away. Again, NightMare just being as annoying as possible. Is able to do so just because it was CC first. ByuN, he won't lose anything, but again, some denied mining. NightMare does pull away. Does pull out. Jesus. ByuN, who was hoping to try to get a stray shot off, isn't quite able to. And we have our take of choice, that Twilight Council opener out of NightMare. So nothing fancy here. We're not going Robo or Stargate, or even a 2-gate opener. No. Just Twilight Council to most likely Blink. On smaller maps, it is more viable to open up Charge, for example. I don't think Last Fantasy quite is one of those maps, though. So from here, we have the second Rax on the way. That is a second Rax before Starport. Okay. Now, earlier, we were discussing how ByuN, he isn't really one that goes 2-base all-in, and he never did go for a 2-base all-in against Geralt, but this is indicative of something more aggressive here. We're expecting a third Rax before the Starport. If we see a third Rax, this does scream 2-base all-in. And what's scary is so far it's hit. Oh. And Epsay trading in some Marines. And they do pick up a decent chunk of them. One more shot. Oh my god. So they take each other out. eBay's on the way for +1. And ByuN is being hyper aggressive. So what ByuN's doing here is he's delaying his Starport. He delays the Starport. He even delays that third Rax in favor of what? In favor of an earlier +1 and stim timing. With this, ByuN, he can pull the boys. We're working towards stim, combat shields, +1. This is all going to kick in at around the same time, and it's going to hit quite hard. Hit very hard. Now, NightMare, he has a piece of the puzzle. He did see the second Rax, so that is a sign. That is a sign. That is a tell. Hallucination, sorry, the Observer goes in, and NightMare, he confirms the 3 Rax setup. He knows. He's now aware of how hyper-aggressive ByuN is being. He confirms the eBay, he confirms the +1. And NightMare, he has to be proactive here. He's on how many gateways? 4. Oh my god, Jesus. Talking about proactive, he's going for 4-gate Blink. And he might just be able to break ByuN. Now, ByuN, he's relying on 1 tank. Ooh. Observer goes down. He has 1 tank in between the bases. NightMare delaying his third in favor of a 4-gate setup. He's diving on the tank. Does dive in. Tank goes down. And that was the only tank. That was the only tank. NightMare, he can just reign supreme in the main base. Boys are being pulled. Second tank should be targeted. Ooh, does fall just barely. He needs a warp in. He needs 1 more warp in here. He's going to be forced back, but he sniped 2 tanks. He can just keep going. He can just keep going. And he should be able to break ByuN before this all kicks in. Before stim, before +1. Speaking of, he can deny stim. 1 more volley. He gets it. Stim goes down. Stim goes down. The boys are being pulled. More SCV's going to be falling. 1 tank does arrive. And now there's 1 tank in the main. NightMare, he can just rotate over towards the natural. Going for another warp in. And NightMare, he is overwhelming. He's so close to just breaking ByuN. Takes out the bunker. He doesn't have to worry about stim. Dives on the tank once again. And just ensuring that there are just no tanks for ByuN. He has no pushing power. Now NightMare expands, gets a third. And he can just keep warping in. He can just keep going and keep bullying ByuN. He's being bullied back. As ByuN, he might be able to hold on here and take down some of these Stalkers, but again, that's going to be 11 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. So the warp in. It's a bit of a messier engage here from NightMare, but he does get high ground vision. There we go. Finally takes down the tank. Messier fight. But he can still just keep pushing and still keep going. And Stim was never rebuilt, by the way. Was never remade. Now we get the now we get the tech labs on the way. But this is just such a long, extended period of time where we don't have to worry about Stim. 2 more Raxes. ByuN, again, he's already lost so much steam. So much momentum. Diving on the tank. Nice juggling, nice control. Down to 4 Marines. 4 Marines. GG gets called. And NightMare, he will take game number 1. He will take a lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. NightMare, he was able to scout, he was able to confirm that ByuN was setting up for a 2-base all-in. The downside, of course, is that he was delaying his racks, delaying his Marine production in favor of +1, in favor of that early eBay for that +1 timing. And NightMare, he punished. I thought he was just going 3-gate Blink to apply pressure, but no, he doubled down. He went 4-gate Blink Stalker to just straight up kill ByuN and was able to pull it off. GG. GG, well played. NightMare takes a lead. Does take a lead. And we'll see if we can extend that lead. Again, this is partly also because of the map, because of the build choice as well. NightMare was able to pop off against ByuN. I don't expect to see that here, as up next we're loading into Maganatha. Largest map in the map pool. It's pretty big. And we expect to see something more standard out of ByuN this time. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss, the Blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. It is NightMare. Go. As ByuN, he does move out early on with the initial SCV, does skirt around the edge, and I believe the goal here is to avoid the Probe Scout and to come in for an eBay block at the natural. Otherwise, there is a build where you can throw down a Rax behind the mineral line and go for a proxy Rax into bunker, but nah, it's going for the eBay. Going for the delay. Now, the longer it takes for NightMare to check the natural, the higher chance that he just has to expand to the 3rd location instead. NightMare gets across the map, the eBay is almost done, and ByuN, he will have a very nice start to game 2. You can see ByuN is in position to block the 3rd. He's gambling a little bit here. Oh, NightMare, he will make the Zealots, and he will not expand elsewhere. So this is going to be a very delayed expansion for NightMare. Essentially, he does decide that he will not expand to the 3rd. He doesn't want to play ByuN's game. But it is going to be brutal here, as he is heavily delayed. ByuN back at home, expanding. Getting his natural. So Rax expand out of ByuN. NightMare's early game is going to be disrupted. finally expand. Gets his Nexus. He's on the way behind this ByuN Angel Zone 1-1-1 setup. I'm assuming he's not going to go for a second and third racks again. That would be crazy. Yeah, there we go. 1-1-1 standard follow-up here out of ByuN. He's not going for any kind of crazy 2-base all-in, or at least there's no indication of that yet. From here, he can go into Mind Drops, he can go into Benji Harass, Raven Harass. All ways to keep NightMare busy across the map. So it does go down. NightMare gets a full scout, does confirm the starport. NightMare is aware. He's at least aware of what's happening. Behind this, throwing down extra gateways, I believe 3 gate. Yeah, 3 gate blink out of NightMare. There's no reason to go for a 4th gateway yet. Not here in game 2. So instead, a much safer start here from NightMare as we settle into a longer game. ByuN attempting to scout. 3rd base is now being taken. Behind this, add-on swap into Raven, not Benji Harass, so not a big commitment. Instead, going to Ravens, into add-on swap, into Stim, into ByuN. Again, despite the rise in popularity of mech as of late, ByuN, he's not really one to play mech against Protoss. He does play mech against Zerg, for sure, but against Protoss, it's not really ByuN's style. We have our Robo just before the 3rd base, just now taking our gases. NightMare settling in. From here, he has a choice to make. NightMare could work towards Charge +1 into Storm, or it could still actually go into Colossus. So we'll see which one NightMare embraces. Do we go for the Bay, or do we go for the Temple Archives? As that's going to be a lot of gateways. Jesus. We have a 5 gateway explosion here, getting up to 8. 8 gateways at NightMare. No Forge. No. No Forge, no +1. Not yet. You have my attention. Okay, I'm just settling in. Getting ready for a drop play, waiting for Stim. That's a lot more gateways than I'm used to seeing at this kind of game state for NightMare. You'll have access to a lot of Zealots, a lot of Charge Zealots. Still no Forge. Staying on 3 gases. And we're waiting for the War Prism at this point. There's a 3rd CC, and we have the splash damage. It's not going to be Storm, it's going to be the Bay. Okay, Bay into Colossus. ByuN is expanding. Here's the first move out. It's time to warp in. You're warping in as many Zealots as he can. NightMare, he can try to slow this down. Oh. He's getting called out. NightMare, he has to back off. Pulls away, brutal tank shot. Tanks, they do graze the Zealots. At the same time, auto shot across the map, 4 probes do go down. 5 late reaction, 6 probe kills, and ByuN pulls away. ByuN, he pulls away. He doesn't want to try to push in. Saw the army, saw the setup, and gets some nice damage. Get 6 probes. ByuN is rotating. Observer will spot this. NightMare, he's aware of the rotation. He's setting up for a surround. And he's going for it. Tanks are unsieged. Yeah, brutal Pigos here as every single tank is going to go down. Not a single siege. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, beautiful surround at NightMare. And ByuN has to get the hell out of here. Oh, with his bio reinforcements though. Can stand his ground. But again, without those tanks, he should not be able to break the base. Gets another Stalker. Stalkers, nice force shields once again. ByuN does kite back, the Colossus has arrived, and NightMare holds. Say that it's a decent chunk of Marauders. ByuN, he wants to force the issue. Gets a Colossus, I'm not sure he can. Finally pulling away. Pulls away, Raven takes a lot of hits. Still quite intense. I mean, he lost 6 Stalkers. 6 Stalkers. ByuN is still not pulling back. He's still just rattling across the map. He's not letting up. At the same time, NightMare, he does get across the map as well. Ideally, he wants ByuN to turn around. Oh. ByuN catching a Stalker, going for the Colossus. Goes to the dive. He gets one. Yeah, barely gets one. Shield barrier too far behind, too far back, and ByuN can just keep on pushing. Zealots are popping off across the map, but they're being dealt with. And ByuN, he goes to the Nexus, takes down the 3rd. And these losses are brutal. NightMare, he just can't really build up. Ideally, he wants to preserve the Colossus, preserve the Stalkers to keep up with ByuN, but that just hasn't been happening. ByuN's been trading too well. He's been just trading too well. Catching Colossus, Stalkers, the expansion, of course. ByuN takes the lead. And what's ByuN waiting for? Ghost. There's some Ghost on the way. EMP is going to be available. He's trickling in a couple of Vikings as well to help deal with the Colossus. And ByuN is in the driver's seat. Now, how can NightMare come back in this game? He's going to be heavily reliant on either a Zealot drop or a Zealot run by. Something to just keep ByuN distracted, or ideally catch ByuN as he moves out. You know, ideally ByuN, he's halfway across the map, a Zealot run by comes in, and then ByuN, he's distracted, he pulls back home, and it gives NightMare more time. But NightMare, he needs something like that, whether it's Zealot run bys, just drop play, War Prism harass. We do have a fake Prism moving out, so let's go. There is no real War Prism, so that makes sense. There's nothing for NightMare to use. Prism moves in. ByuN, he keeps on pushing. Does distract some of the reinforcements at least. Does distract the production, but ByuN is still being active. Storm is now done. Okay, we got 3 Templar. Getting up to 4. 4 High Templar. We got a couple of Storms. They'll run around the right hand side. ByuN, he has a defensive army. He's ready for the run bys. And ByuN is going to be the first to max out. And again, he's been playing safe. We have sensor towers. We have left some production back at home. Got a decent storm. The others are forced out. Again, every storm is so precious here for NightMare. It's going to be the one thing keeping the army at bay are the storms. There's only 3 ghosts. Ghost count is quite low for ByuN. Just now making 4 ghosts. Which means, sure, ByuN is maxed, but he's not really doing much with the army yet. Waiting for more ghosts, waiting for the upgrades. This is allowing NightMare to slowly catch back up. That supply disparity isn't as large as it used to be. Now NightMare's only down by 20 supply. Oh, the Rook's knocked down. Yeah, Zelt's getting caught out. Nice catch here by ByuN. Catching out a wave of charge lots. Nice storm. Kills his own observer, unfortunately, but nice storm nonetheless. So taking up into Liberators, Fusion Core's on the way. That will be for Liberator range. And again, NightMare, he's catching up with that army. Oh, EMP lands, gets 3 High Templar. But there's still plenty of Templar. Yeah, plenty more left over. Nice storms. Storms that do connect. NightMare, he's got 5 High Templar in total. Oof. EMP does graze the army, does get 2 Templar. But there's still a couple of storms left. Nice movement. Zones away the Vikings. But just 1 Colossus remains. Oof. Once again, a brutal tower gets knocked down. Zones away some of those Zealots. Loving ByuN's use of the terrain. And he will snipe the final Colossus. No Colossus left. But there's only 1 Templar. Just 1 High Templar remaining. He still has the storm. And NightMare jumping forward. Does blink in. EMP goes off. Templar still does avoid it. And NightMare holds. Oof. NightMare, he does hold on. He's got 1 storm. And the problem here is that NightMare, he bleeds out so much supply. ByuN is still rallying. EMP connects. No storms. And that's all NightMare had. And no more storms. He does overextend. He will lose everything. The High Templar, the Stalkers. 3 Stalkers barely get away. Oh, this entire time only 1 Robo. That is brutal. 2nd Robo just now in production. And ByuN is going to be the first to rebuild. He's rebuilding, remaxing, moving in once again. NightMare, he needs more time. It's not going to happen. NightMare, he has limited storms. And that's been the one thing keeping him in this game. Has been the storms. With that, ByuN, he should overrun here. Takes down the base. Nexus goes down. 8 probes. NightMare trying to re-expand. Trying to hang in there. But this is one of those game states where the soup is not lying. The soup is not lying. Okay, if NightMare is able to land some of these storms, maybe. Maybe. Ooh, as the mineral line gets caught. Now ByuN knows. And now he's aware. There's a cancel. Still being active, dropping into the main base. And ensuring there is no expansion. And he's just starving NightMare out. Just pulling him apart at this point, and ByuN, he can just push into the fourth. That's still a lot of high Templar there. Jesus. It's 5 Templar at the fourth. EMP pops off on the Colossus. And now he's stepping in. And now he's diving forward. Takes down one, takes down the other Colossus. There are limited storms, EMP connects. And with that, ByuN, he finally breaks through. That was the final main army. GG gets called, and ByuN ties up the series. We have a back and forth. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, it was such an aggressive game here out of ByuN. Once he got the ball rolling, even with his first push across the map, he actually traded quite well against the Stalkers, which is why he could keep pushing. He could keep on going, he maintained his position, and NightMare, he just had no room to breathe this game. He had a really hard time maintaining his third, his fourth, his fifth base. He eventually maxed out, but again, it was only temporary. He couldn't really sustain himself against ByuN. The losses were just too much. And NightMare never stabilized. He never stabilized. Not on Maganatha. With that GG, we'll play it again. This is where ByuN hits his stride. This is where he's at his best. When he's able to get a secure 3-base economy and just be hyper aggressive and in the face of the Protoss. Just constantly trading, constantly just going back and forth. And coming out ahead. And here we go. We're getting into game 3 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify, tying up the series and making a back and forth out of this. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player. The blue Terran, we have the South Korean Terran representing Streamer Zone. It is NightMare. We go. Why does ByuN eventually cut out tanks out of his army in that game? That is the norm when it comes to the meta. The reason for this is tanks, they do get outscaled as the game goes on. Oh, hello. As we have a proxy. But in PvT, charge ults and a gateway heavy composition is very meta, is very standard when it comes to what the Protoss is building up. And having a stationary unit like a tank does really struggle. It's very inefficient, unfortunately. It's very inefficient against a very charge heavy composition, which is why typically you want to be switching into either just purely bio with ghost support or bio with Widowmine support. Very often you actually see Terran players eventually just lift their factory and just use it like an overlord. They just use it like an overlord and you just commit to just mass bio ghost play instead. To keep up that momentum to be in the face. There are some styles where you can stay with tank with a tank heavy composition. Typically that's mech, like mech here on Pylon. If you watch Clem, if you watch Clem and Cure, there are some mech builds where you can stay on a very tank heavy composition and push out with like 15 tanks. So it's crazy, specifically on Pylon. But against zealot heavy styles, you do want to get out of tanks, especially if you want to be like hyper aggressive and be in the face of your opponent. Meanwhile, we have 2-Rax Reaper. 2-Rax Reaper, NightMare, he scouts everything. He scouts, he's fully aware as to what's going on. As ByuN throws it down in the center of the map. But yeah, getting out of tanks and cutting tanks isn't exclusive to ByuN. It's just typical amongst Terran players. They have their place in the early game. Like for 2-base all-ins, you can get up to like 3, 4, 5 tanks. You pull the boys and you just commit. So tanks, they have their place when it comes to all-ins. Now Reapers, they do poke in. So far the shield battery is ready. Again, NightMare, he's scouted the proxy. ByuN, he does pull back, and ByuN is transitioning out of this. So a delayed CC out of ByuN. This is a shaky start. Honestly, 2-Rax Reaper, this wasn't worth it. This wasn't really worth it here. ByuN has to float back, now get his factory, now get his late expansion, and he's going to have to stumble his way into a longer game. Now, do you see what I see? I see a 3rd Rax before the starport. We spoke about this in game 1, but going into this Rax, game 1, which was on Last Fantasy, if you recall, but going for this Rax heavy style before the starport is indicative of early stim. There we go, early stim, early combat shields, early marine production. This screams 2-base all-in. where we should be building up to around 3 tanks. It's going to be around 3. Oh, never mind. Add-on swap here for combat shields. Okay. So again, it is putting a lot of priority, a lot of emphasis on these bio upgrades. Going for the add-on swap. That's going to be the eBay as well. eBay before Starport. If you remember, this is almost the exact same setup that we saw on Last Fantasy. And NightMare, it's going to be on him to recognize what's going on. Now, NightMare, he knows that he had an edge at the start of this game. He's throwing down 2 more gateways. I wouldn't be opposed to him throwing down a 4th gateway. But right now, he has 3 gate blink. So 3 gate blink out of NightMare. I was thinking the splash should be useful, but Charger's just going to hold them too fast. Exactly, for sure. But this early on in the game, like, there are no charge lots, right? Like, blink is a factor, and eventually charge comes into play, but it takes a while for you to mass up a lot of zealots. So that's why here, like in the earlier game state, tanks, they have their place. We have a 2nd, and as we mentioned, we should be expecting a 3rd tank as well, and this is going to be a brutal move out from ByuN. It's going to hit quite hard. It's going to hit quite hard. Ooh, do you see what I see? That is a 4th gateway. Let's go. 4 gate blink. So 4 gate blink Stalker out of NightMare. If you were here for game 1, this is a very similar setup. I believe this is a later 4th gateway, so it's going to be later aggression out of NightMare. But we'll see if he can break ByuN, as ByuN, he already has 2 tanks. Oof. His 2nd tank has arrived. With 4 gate blink. Oh, Jesus, did I say 4 gate? He's getting up to 6. Ay. So 6 gate setup here on 2 bases. No expansion out of NightMare. So what we're getting here is 2 base Protoss versus 2 base Terran. Let's go. Now, NightMare's opener here, his build, I believe is a response to ByuN. He sees that ByuN is going for an all-in, so NightMare, he refuses to expand, refuses to make probes. I say that. He's getting a later expansion. That is an expansion after the Bay, so we will have early Colossus. Now, if NightMare can buy enough time for the Colossus will shut this down. Colossus on the way. Colossus is on the way. Here comes the move outs. Again, we're expecting... Oh, that is a hidden starport. Okay. Medevacs are on the way, which means ByuN, he might not go for the all-in. He might expand instead. Typically, all-ins are without the starport. You hit without the starport, you hit with just more Marines, more tanks. Observer goes in. The Observer is looking for the starport, looking for anything else. As ByuN, he is not making any more tanks to afford the medevacs. Getting to his medevacs. And again, there's a higher chance here that ByuN may just look to expand. There it is. 3rd CC. 3rd CC is on the way. It's not a 2 base all-in. There's the expansion. And what that means is that NightMare's late 3rd base is now less than ideal. Right? NightMare, he could have taken a faster expansion. But you could argue that this reaction from ByuN was because NightMare wasn't expanding. True. So there's been a lot of back and forth. there's been a lot of back and forth here. NightMare staying on 2 bases longer because he felt like aggression was coming his way. ByuN realizing that, so he expands. And after the intense early game, we might just slow things down and just macro out of this. As NightMare doesn't want to push into the tanks. And ByuN is taking into Ghost. We have Ghost on the way. We have Dark Shrine on the way for DTs. Both players are taking up, and both players are expanding. Whew, okay. Again, NightMare, he's waiting for ByuN to push into him, but ByuN isn't pushing. ByuN isn't pushing. He's expanding. So it was a very tense, 8 minutes? But in the end, the armies, they kind of bounce off each other, and now we're building up. Okay. ByuN is getting his 3rd. NightMare throws out his 4th. We're calming down. ByuN will have plenty of ghosts. NightMare, he has yet to tech up into Storm, going for earlier disruptors. Double Robo, double disruptor production. Okay. It's this is a lot more old school, very old school. In the meta of High Templar and Storm and NG Overcharge, you're telling me you're not making any High Templar? Okay, I see you. That's the NightMare. Again, this follow-up style out of NightMare, going for faster disruptors, was a little more prevalent a couple of years ago. Even just a year ago. True. As ByuN is pushing through the center. Bells move out. Disruptors are ready. We're holding onto that Nova. Got any scans he sees? He knows. He's aware of the disruptors. He has to be so careful. Stims in. Tanks, they zone away the disruptors. Nice EMPs. Ooh, EMPs, they cover everything. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, brutal EMPs, and those tanks are doing so much in the back line. Disruptor goes down. NightMare caught in a very awkward position. He's just pinned at his third. Nova goes up. Massive connection. Nova does connect. But both robos go down. Brutal pickoffs. At the same time, Zelts, they get across the map. They're getting to the natural, getting to the third base. SCVs are falling. GT's diving on the tanks. Where are the scans? Oh, does have the EMP. He does have those EMPs. Zelda in hold position. Still very tense. There are 3 disruptors left. Remember, NightMare, he lost both robos, so he cannot replace his army. What you see is what you get in terms of disruptors. 1 tank remaining. NightMare looking for one of those Novas. EMP goes off. Nice time on the disruptor. One disruptor goes down. Another EMP on the disruptors. Decent Nova. But he's stimming in. Yeah, he's stimming in. Where are the Zealots? Yeah, there's no support. No support left. Colossus goes down. There's Zealots as well. And remember, there are no backup Colossi. There's no more splash damage, no more disruptors. And ByuN, he has done it. He has broken the back of NightMare. Breaks on through. And again, he had beautiful positioning here outside of the third base. In between the bases, GG gets pulled. And ByuN, he will take a lead in the series at 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very, very tense game 3 here on ByuN. Very tense for both players. Both players, they refused to expand. They were playing on 2 base for a lot of that game, then slowly broke out and took their third bases. We had NightMare going for an interesting style, going Colossus into double robo disruptor, which again is a lot more old school, or it's something that we don't really see nowadays. Has potential for sure. But ByuN was able to wedge himself in between the bases. His tanks were able to siege up in between the third and the natural, and you saw that NightMare, he was kind of penned in. He could not actually engage with the army. He was being zoned away by the tanks. The tanks, they basically zoned the army to the third base, and the natural was wide open. Natural was wide open. ByuN went for the dive. Took care of the robos. GG. GG, well played with that. NightMare, he was outpositioned, and now we're getting into game 4. And we'll see if NightMare can force the ace match. One more game is all that ByuN needs to claim the series. Otherwise, NightMare can try to force game 5. We'll see. The pressure is on. Pressure is on as we're loading into Persephone. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify, leading the series 2-1. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is NightMare. We go. NightMare, he was able to just send it right down mid. Wedge himself in between the natural and the third, and that is something that is a little bit more unique to ByuN. We didn't really get to discuss it too much, but ByuN is one of the smaller, if not the smallest map in the map pool. So moving out and being aggressive like that, it's a lot more unforgiving for the defending player if they don't scout the move out, if they don't slow you down. Meanwhile, double gas opener out of ByuN as we load into Persephone. Welcome, welcome on all. Persephone is an interesting map as well. It's a little bit more middle of the road, I would say. Not as macro-oriented as Tokamak, not as large as Maganatha, not as small as Pylon. The bases are spread out, and because of that, we do often see a lot of late game on Tokamak if we can get that far. But honestly, NightMare and ByuN have been very aggressive. They've been very aggressive, very in each other's faces. We have had instances where players have maxed out, but by no means have we gotten to the late game. Like, for example, on Maganatha, NightMare, he maxed out, that is true, but he was stuck in a very inefficient army. He was stuck in a very gateway-heavy army, and he was just being outscaled by ByuN. So we haven't gone into, like, proper late game with, you know, the Protoss player getting to a death bull of an army, with the Protoss player just embracing a larger economy and being able to build up a bank. That hasn't happened yet. ByuN hasn't let that happen. Neither has NightMare, as they've both been very active. ByuN moves out. Behind this, remember, double gas opener. Double gas means faster factory, means a delayed CC. NightMare going for his Twilight Council. Twilight Council opener out of NightMare. Sharking around does catch you death, not bad. We'll force a recall. Behind this get into zone 111. Remember the last game we did see a second and third racks before starport. Here just straight up 111 into drop play. From here we go into Widowmine drop. We can follow this up with Cloak Banshee, with Raven Harass. We'll see where the tech labs are thrown down. Tech lab on the factory. It's not going to be any Widow Mines, actually. Okay. Interesting. Opening up early Cyclone. Got my attention. Reaper Hellion on one side. We have a Marine drop towards the left. Remember, no Widow Mine. Just early Cyclone. NightMare so far getting up to 2 gates. 2 gate blink into a third. Quite greedy here from NightMare. The probe goes down. Yeah, but very greedy. You can see NightMare is banking up 500 minerals. Oh, heavy delay on the expansion. NightMare, he wanted to have a Nexus already. But the Nexus is delayed by the Reaper Hellion, so nice moves here by ByuN. Late third base out of NightMare. And he's only on 2 gateways, so he can be punished. Here comes the Cyclone drop. Reaper Hellion confirms that there is an expansion. Drop into the main. I mean, he's ready for it. Let's have units in position. And ByuN's harass continues. So drop on the left, a Raven on the right. From here, we're expecting ByuN to expand. We're going to be expecting a third CC momentarily. So we see Ziad on swap. Again, just 2 tanks. And ByuN, he's being so patient. I feel like a lesser player would have just gone in with the drop, but no, he's aware that NightMare should be ready, so he's just keeping the drop at bay, waiting for the auto turret, waiting for the Raven. Doesn't want to waste his drop. ByuN does catch a Stalker. Grades are about to kick in. There's that third CC. On location for ByuN. Let's throw down the expansion. Yeah, ByuN, he does push out. At the same time, drop attempts to go into the main base. NightMare, he was ready for it. He's ready for the drop. Not quite ready for the Raven, though. Probes are going down. NightMare, he should be able to clean this up, but that's still going to be 7 probe kills. Yeah, 7, 8, 9, 10 probes going down. Reapers, they go for the dive into the mineral line, and ByuN, he has to get out of here. I feel like, oh, nice tank shots. Tank flow is going off. 13 probes, Jesus. 13 probes going down. Getting up to 14. That's an entire mineral line. With these Zealot Warpins, NightMare, he should break out. Gets one tank with the Marines, they punish. Oh my god, he takes out every single Stalker. The Stalker's fall, that was well worth of a ByuN. A better trade for the Terran. Yes, ByuN, he will lose everything, but he was going to lose everything anyway. He takes down how many Stalkers? That was 11. 11 Stalkers in total going down, and those were expensive losses for NightMare. He can throw away Zealots, that's fine, but not Stalkers. With that, ByuN, he gains momentum. ByuN takes an economic lead, which shouldn't be happening. Typically, the Protoss player, they want to be up in bases and up in workers. Right now, we're even on bases and down in workers. So NightMare, he's behind. Now, on the one hand, yes, NightMare, he has a worse economy. He has a worse economy, he's in a rough position, but he does have 5 High Templar. So, hey, you can be down 10, 20, 30 army supply, but with a couple of well-placed storms, NightMare, he can pop off. Yeah, he knows that. What's he waiting for? Ghosts. Ghosts are on the way. Waiting for those EMPs. Waiting to have an answer for those High Templar. Scouts a 4th base is a late 4th base for NightMare. Ideally, you want your 4th base as your opponent is getting their 3rd. So again, NightMare's still in a rough position. He does scout the move out. He's aware of the army. He has 8 High Templar spread out. Prism's coming in from behind. He's got 3 High Templar in the Prism. Storm does graze the army. Does snipe 1. It's 1 Templar. Prism from behind. Here come the Storms. And he can't escape. Ooh, brutal mine shot, but the Storms, they completely shut down the army. Yeah, Storms, they connect. And ByuN has to get the hell out of there. Does load up, does pull out. Thankfully, ByuN, he didn't lose too much. He lost 1 Ghost. So he does preserve the Ghost army, and he gets out of there. He does pull out. Again, a really nice surround at NightMare. We've actually seen that a couple of times here tonight. Just some really nice engagements out of our Protoss. Trying to make the best out of a bad situation. But bearing in mind that ByuN is still ahead and ByuN is about to max. He's going to be the first player to max out. And NightMare, he's just now getting into his Bay. So later Bay, late second Robo, late Colossus production. Again, everything's delayed just because of the early economic damage. So NightMare, he needs time. And if given time, he does have 2 more Colossus on the way. At the same time, though, ByuN, he already has his Vikings. Vikings are up. 2 tools on the horizon. NightMare gets spotted. Still just posturing. And here comes a move out. And as ByuN moves out, 2-2 will kick in. Nice catch on the Zealots. Curse is saved. We have 2 Eye Templar in that Prism. ByuN's still playing it safe. Fusion Core is on the way. That's going to be for the Liberators. But again, because ByuN is being relatively passive, he's only rotating back and forth, sniping and catching out some harassing units. It tells me that NightMare, hey, now he's up to 8 High Templar. He's got 2 Colossus. He does have a decent army to work with. I can see NightMare taking a fight. Oh no! The Prism goes down with 2 High Templar. That should not have happened. EMP connects. 7 Templar left. ByuN racing back home. The main army does respond. NightMare, he sees the army coming. And who catches who? Oof. EMP connect. Catching the tail end of the Zealots. That's a lot of charges going down. But where are the Templar? Now loading up. Nice storm. Storm connects. 2 more coming in. Oof, once again, the Prism gets caught. It catches who, though, as the Vikings, they also take a lot of damage. NightMare pulls away. And so far, again, he's holding on. So far, so good. He's holding on. Builds up more Templar, building up more Storms. 3-3 is now almost done for ByuN. Storms are coming in. Ooh, oh, brutal pickup. Prism goes down. The Storms are connecting though. Storms ace back the army. There's no more Head Templar with the main force. No Storms yet. At the same time, ByuN pushes across the map. There are defensive Templar, defensive Storms. And NightMare defense. He holds back at home. ByuN gets forced back. Does catch a Templar. Nice pickup. Forces NightMare all the way back home. Does force him back. Yeah, not really doing much with this distraction as he's still at home. Just licking his wounds. We have yet to really get into many Liberators yet. He has yet to begin the upgrade either. But he's got 3-3. 3-3, he's walling up. We have more CCs on the way, more orbitals. Building up into the late game. ByuN has 17 ghosts. Jeez. That's a lot of ghosts. Do we have too many ghosts? Like, I know we have a ghost copy pasta for TVZ. That is true. And EMPs are definitely impactful. How many Vikings? 9 Vikings, 2 more starports. There we go. Now we have the advanced ballistics, Liberator range. It is missing from ByuN's army. Are those Liberators? EMPs, they pop off. And NightMare, he does end up taking his expansions. NightMare, he has his half of the map. Now, the scary thing here is that, likewise, ByuN, he's also going to get his half as well. It's something about Persephone, but specifically on this map, it's very difficult to take your opponent's bases, and it goes both ways. The base that is most accessible is going to be the gold. The golds, that's what a lot of this will maybe come down to. If both players are able to freely mine out their bases. Cut the map in half. Likewise, NightMare, he is not getting ready for Skytoss as a transition point. He's sticking with purely a ground army, which is a bit of a concern. Oh. Alright, nice EMPs. Storm does crazy out. We have more High Templar coming in. And ByuN has to back up, has to respect the storms. Pulls away, freeing up supply. Here come the Liberators. Now, when it comes to big power spikes, this is going to be a huge one for ByuN. Typically, a way or a reason why Skytoss is often seen and why we would need a setup for Skytoss is that Liberators, especially in a higher count, typically forces out Tempest. It forces out Tempest, forces out a Skytoss composition, but NightMare isn't ready for that. So I'm very concerned here for NightMare. If ByuN can get into Mass Lib. He's still working on it. Oof. Colossus goes down. Here come the nukes. Nukes towards the top side. One attempt like a snide. There's not much to defend. That's going to be 2 bases falling. At least 2 mineral lines. Nice snipe, 2 Templar to fall as well. NightMare is racing over, out of position. He's 2 spread out, and he will lose a mineral line. Nice pick of fear by ByuN. ByuN gets 18 probes, gets a Nexus. And he may just keep pushing and go for another base. Oh yeah, rough fight here for NightMare. ByuN has the more efficient army. Oof. Yeah, brutal losses. And you can see that NightMare, he doesn't want to move with his main army. He doesn't want to give up on the left-hand side. And with that, he will lose an expansion, lose the mineral line, and ByuN can keep pushing. Behind this, more starports, more Liberators. He's getting up to 6 starports. Nice EMP. Nice EMP. More nukes coming out. And how many Liberators are we on? So far, just 3. ByuN is pushing in. Now there are 10 High Templar for NightMare. He has potential with storms if he can bring them forward. As NightMare, he cannot gain ground here. He cannot push in. Oh, that was going up. Don't quite connect. As we have, my apologies, we have 6 more Jesus. We're getting up to what, 9 starports? Getting into BC. We're going for the ultra late game. Okay, we're just skipping Mass Lib. With these starports, we should be seeing Tech Labs. We're seeing, yep, there we go, Mass Tech Lab. This is for a Mass BC switch here by ByuN. Ay, ay, ay. And again, there's no Skytoss for NightMare. There's no Tempest, no setup for nothing. He's stuck on the ground, man. He's stuck on the ground. ByuN will get another expansion. Another Nexus falls. Now, there is a world, if ByuN, if he loses too much too quickly, if he bleeds out too much, NightMare going for the counterattack, he's had enough defending. Pushing bottom right. We'll kill some SCVs. At this point, ByuN can afford to lose them. SCVs are going down. ByuN is racing back home. Does storm the main army, but here come the ghosts. Yeah, and he does catch us out. Yeah, Stalker's falling, Prism as well. ByuN, he defends, he doesn't lose the base. And remember, at this point, we're down to 69 workers, but we have mules. Mules are a big factor. Oof. Keys, they pop off, but we do see the Liberators getting sniped. Okay. Does snipe all 3 libs. 3 Liberators go down. A bit of friendly fire. As we have some awkward pathing for ByuN. ByuN, he throws away a ghost, throws away a couple of Marauders, but here comes 5 Liberators at a time. Did I say 5? 7 Liberators at a time. Oof. As we're just brute forcing it. We're going in with Mass Stalker. No detection, the ghost. The ghosts, they're getting free damage in the middle. The ghosts are popping. There we go. The ghosts, they're still popping off, by the way. The ghosts are still popping off in the center. There we go. Observers now come. No, the observers, get out of here. Reinforcements come in, and NightMare, he has to get the hell out of here. Bleeds out far too much. Losing all the disruptors. Liberators have arrived. Feels cloak, man. Ah, no. And now it's BC time. Here it is. We have the BC switch. ByuN, he was able to free up some supply, remax with BCs. But they need time. BCs, they take a long time to build. Yo, we need those liberation zones. We need that freedom. Yeah, Liberators do set up. And this army from NightMare cannot push in. Again, it's just very gateway heavy. It's a very cheap army. Oh, gets 1 Liberator. Gets 1. And again, he just can't keep up with the efficiency of ByuN. No with Ghost Lib. Not siege like this. If he can catch the army on siege, if he can come in from a different angle, then sure. He could try to outposition ByuN, but ByuN, he's very well set up. And remember, ByuN, his win condition here isn't to actually push across the map. It's to wait for the BCs. It's to wait for the battle cruisers. Do we have any High Templar? Okay, we have 8 Templar. None with the main army. Oh, ByuN going for the gold. We spoke earlier how the gold base is going to be the big kind of like contesting, or the contested base is the gold. Stalkers, they get one of the planetaries. Novas, they don't connect. Yeah, Novas disrupts the target down. ByuN, he can just stem in. Oh, here come the storms. High Templar, they were lagging behind. Coming forward, another High Templar goes down. And NightMare, he is forced back. And NightMare, he's running out of his bank. Again, like ByuN has just been so efficient with his army. NightMare, he's running out of money. He's down to a less than 1k mineral bank. He has a lot of gas to work with, true. But ByuN has just been more efficient. Nice time on the libs. Gets 1, 2, 3 Liberators. BCs are revealed. And BCs will hold their own. Show us the Yamatos! Yeah, as ByuN, he's just going to overrun. He's going to overrun from here. Building up more battle cruisers. We have more BCs on the way. And again, NightMare, he was so tunnel vision this game. Like, he never set up for taking up into anything else. Go base in favor of ByuN. So ByuN, he has a superior economy. ByuN, we're abandoning the army. Calm down. NightMare, he has to go for the counterattack. Here's moving in. So I may see actually whittle down NightMare's bank. I mean, ByuN's been he's been very efficient with his liberators, with his ghosts. Like he's just been out trading NightMare for quite some time now, while he's just been getting ready for this. But again, as we mentioned, like NightMare, he also never really tried to tech out of this either. His goal was, as you can see, his goal was to just brute force the liberators, to go mass stalker, to try to dive under the liberators and focus them down. But he hasn't been able to, just because ByuN's just been hyper defensive. Outside of like move outs like this, or drop play, right? Drops, they were sniping bases, they were getting mineral lines. For the most part, ByuN, he was in control of this game. Like he had, should I say, he was dictating the pace of the game. There we go. Was dictating the pace. As we have another 15 probe kills. NightMare, he was never able to contest the gold. True. Show us the Yamatos. I'm waiting for them to come in. Oh, brutal EMPs. And now we're pushing into a wall of planetaries. Ay, ay, ay. Boys being full to repair. Here come the Yamatos. Gets one. Gets one Yamato. He's holding on to the rest. Yo, making use of the healing pad. Let's go. Making use of the pad. Gets one BC. Free Yamatos. How many planetaries does he have? 10. Man, we got a wall of planetaries, Pappy. That's what ByuN has. But again, like ByuN, he wasn't really focusing on knocking down bases. He was going for some drop play, that is true, but for the most part, like he was turtling up with his liberators. NightMare was pushing into these ramps, into these liberators, into these planetaries. ByuN, who was able to fight on his terms for the most part. And BCs were just knocking down bases, knocking down expansions. Yo, we're storming the other. The storms, they tickle the BCs, man. Aye, aye, aye. Oh, one BC gets rallied into the stalkers. One BC gets rallied in. Here comes a teleport. He's going for the dive. He's going for it. Dives on the main army. And ByuN is going for the kill. He's going for the kill here. Going for the throw. GG gets called, and ByuN, he will overwhelm. He will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. Woo. GG, well played. Congratulations here to ByuN as he does claim the series. Again, a very, very intense series between these two players. 30-minute game, Jesus. I'll be honest, I didn't even feel it. Oh my god. But very intense back and forth. Really intense, really aggressive games as well. I loved NightMare's approach for the most part. He was very in the face of ByuN. We never, at no point did we like really slow the game down to a crawl. But at the same time, this also worked against NightMare. We were discussing it when it came to that last game, where NightMare was very aggressive and he was trying to be in the face of ByuN. He was trying to end things as early as he could, trying to push in, trying to break through these siege lines, and in the end, that was hurting him more than anything. And he was never setting up for any kind of further transition. I was harping on it quite a bit to switch into Skytoss, to switch into Tempest, into Carrier, into Storm, into Archon, into Immortal, to switch into something more efficient. Instead, he decided to go Mass Blink Stalker. The goal there is to blink under the Liberators, to break through these positions and to overwhelm. But it wasn't just Liberators, it wasn't just the Bio Army. We had, again, 10 planetaries. Like ByuN, he was fully walled up, fully expecting NightMare to kind of ape into these walls, to ape into these defensive positions. And yeah, with that, ByuN, he just did overwhelm. GG. GG, well played. Very impressive play there by ByuN, popping off with mass BC towards the end. Crazy, papi, crazy. GG. Yeah. GG, well played. Here we go. If Frodo's can afford to trade inefficiently against Terran, what is the win condition for Terran? That comment is not applicable to this map. We did mention it a couple of times, but specifically Persephone is a map where it comes down to the gold in the sense that on some of these other maps, take like Maganatha or Tokamak for example. I think maybe Tokamak is maybe a better example. But on some of these other larger maps, when a Protoss player gains map control, if they gain map control, which you could argue that NightMare definitely had at some points in this game, they can mass expand to the point where they can even take your opponent's expansions as well. They can start to take some of the Terran bases, and with that, take an economic lead, extend that lead, and build up that bank. That is not applicable to Persephone because of the space between one half of the map and the other. Between your bases and your opponent's bases, there's like a big delineation, a big separation of that. It is very difficult to take your opponent's bases on Persephone. It's easy to cut the map in half. If you can cut the map in half, then the Terran player will take a lead, because typically the Protoss, they want to be up a base to be even with the Terran, which is why we were talking a lot about the gold, right? The gold base is going to be, in a way, kind of like the big deciding factor. If the Protoss could actually maintain and take the gold, that never happened. NightMare, he was never able to really fight for, contest against the gold base. ByuN took it instead. ByuN took it instead. And again, ByuN never lost any of his own bases, right? Never lost any of them to NightMare. But again, that's also very map specific. Very map specific. But with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. What would map 5 would have been? True, I don't I'm not privy to the vetoes, map, not privy. Ah. I'm just messaging ByuN. BC's crazy, man, crazy. Yeah, GG, well played. With that, hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time, and congratulations to ByuN for popping off here in the finals. And again, I appreciate that ByuN, he plays a certain style, like, against kind of like the meta. ByuN is asking me who won today's raffle. I was like, Ragnar. I was like, Smudge. Smudge. ByuN, he always wants to know who won the raffle. Always wants to know. ByuN, he said, he's like, who won? I was like, Ragnar. ByuN's like, question mark. He's like, next time let Kuro spin it, not you. Oh no. Este ByuN, baby, este ByuN. Shaking my head. True, it is rigged. It is rigged. True. It is rigged. I said, well, thank you. Again, as a reminder, this is a weekly tournament. This is a weekly tournament. Every single week we do host a Sparkling Tuna Cup, and we had a solid lineup. What I will say though is that typically this tournament is over the weekend. Typically this event is on Sundays. Specifically though, this week we did have it on a Tuesday because of Maestros of the Game. If you remember, Maestros of the Game is a French tournament. It's a big French tournament that's going on, and it was over the weekend, and we were casting it. We were casting it here on the channel. Because of that event, we did decide to move Tuna Cup to the week instead of the weekend, which is a little bit less than ideal. Because of that, that did impact some of the signups. Quickly switching our scenes over, we can have a look at the bracket together. But as you can see here, when it comes to our signups, it was a lot more Korean heavy than we're used to. Here we have ByuN, we got Rebellion, we got NightMare, Creator as well. TaeJa was playing Percival. Typically, we also see players like Skillus, like Showtime, for example, Nicaract, Cristianer, some of the other Polish Protoss players. Typically, we have a little bit more European representation. We had Geralt, he was able to represent at least, but he was lonely. He was we had Lelix as well. True, we had Geralt, we had Lelix. We had a couple of Europeans sprinkled in, but nowhere near as we usually do. So that did impact the signups a little bit, hosting it during the week. But typically it's over the weekend. Typically our tournament is over the weekend, and we have this more like kind of European versus Korean dynamic going on. Typically. But otherwise, hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. Speaking of rescheduling, and speaking of, yeah, the rigged raffle, there you go. Yep. With Ragnar winning the raffle. But quickly checking our schedule. Bam, here we go. As you can see, this upcoming weekend, once again, we also have my assist of the game. Once again, we are not going to be able to host Tuna Cup on Sunday. Once again, next week, Tuna Cup is going to be on Tuesday. So in 7 days' time, Tuna Cup will be back during the week once again, because we don't want to clash with, you know, these other tournaments. With these other major events, I should say. So just as a bit of a PSA, so next Tuna Cup is also going to be next Tuesday. Otherwise, you can see here we have the rest of our schedule. We're going to be live once again in around at 9 a.m. KST. That's going to be at 10 a.m. AST in 10 hours. We're going to be live in 10 hours with Pegasus Cup. Pegasus Cup is another weekly tournament. It's very similar to this one. So we have Sparkling Tuna Cup. This is a little bit of a more Korean/European friendly time. Pegasus Cup is for more of the Americas, for North America, Latin America, and Korea, and some of the D-Gen Europeans. Because it's I think it starts at like 2 a.m. or something, like 2 a.m. in the morning in Europe. So Pegasus Cup is in 10 hours. We're going to be covering that, of course, as best we can. And we typically do feature players like ByuN, players like Hero, NightMare, Shin. A lot of the Koreans do wake up early to play in that. And some Europeans stay up late to play in it as well, like MaxPax. MaxPax, he often goes full D-Gen and does stay up late to compete in Pegasus Cup. So that's going to be in 10 hours. In less than 24 hours, we're going to be live with Lil Lee Cup. Lil Lee Cup is another weekly tournament. It's a new weekly tournament open to all players. Once again, Lil Lee Cup is usually on Fridays, but hey, just like us, because of my assist of the game, we moved our weekly tournaments to Tuesday. Lil Lee Cup, they're usually on Fridays. Because of my assist of the game, they also moved their event to Wednesday instead. So we're both kind of doing the same thing. We're kind of like trying to give the major tournaments, you know, its room. We don't want to clash. We want to cover everything we can and also host these weeklies without players having to choose between playing in one tournament or playing in the other. So this week, Lil Lee Cup is on Wednesday, which is not usually the case, but has been rescheduled. We have the Podcast on Thursday, StarCraft Evolution League Thursday morning. We have Masters of the Game on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So 4 days straight of online action of that major tournament. That's going to be the group stage. We have the OSC mid-season playoffs on Friday, and we have Duckling Open on Saturday as well. So we have a very, very stacked schedule. Again, we cast more StarCraft than any other channel out there. We have all the content, we have all the casting, all the StarCraft. We do what we can. Also, before I forget, if you want to support us here on the CranKy Ducklings, you can do so via Patreon. Actually, I should be refreshing there we go, should be refreshing stream elements. As you can see on my right, these are the tournaments we host on a regular basis. We have Duckling Open, Sparkling Tuna Cup, and Master Swan Open as well. These are our events that we do host on a regular basis, and they're all funded via Patreon. So if you want to support us on Patreon, you can do so via the link in the chat. Actually, we hit a new goal today, as you can see just under the graphic on the bottom right. Our goal on Patreon was 500 USD a month, and we hit it. We just hit it, 527 USD a month. With that, next month, because we do the payouts are on a monthly basis, next month our tournament is going to have a boosted prize pool. So thank you so much to all of our supporters on Patreon. We do appreciate it. Again, 100% of the money on Patreon goes towards the tournaments, goes towards the prize pools. It all goes into the prize pool. Fun fact, our next goal, which I believe should be at 550 USD a month, is to start paying out admins and start paying out casters. That'll be our next goal after this one. So we're getting there, Pipe. We're getting there. Ideally, one day I would love to grow the prize pool even further to have like a monthly finals, very like Olima League-esque. That'd be the ideal. We're getting there. We're slowly getting there. So again, thank you so much to all the support that we have gotten, whether it's on Twitch, whether it's on Patreon. Thank you. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Otherwise, with that, we're wrapping up. With that, we're wrapping up for the day, for the evening. Stick around. I believe there should be some more StarCrafts going on. Let's see. Obviously, we're going to be live in 10 hours. What else? Looks like the schedule's a little bit empty. But, a reason for that, quick PSA. It's not really related to the CranKy Ducklings, but related to StarCraft. Shout out to Wardy. A big shout out to Wardy because Wardy, he is currently getting married. Today it's his wedding day. Today's his wedding day, so a big shout out to Wardy. Congratulations. Felicidades. Wardy, he's getting married. That's also why I believe we should be seeing less Wardy streams this week, just because, you know, he's going through the process of the wedding, of the honeymoon, going and spending time with his significant other as well. So again, congratulations to Wardy. It's always crazy to hear certain personalities kind of, you know, have these kind of big milestones in StarCraft, like having kids, like Dark, you know, having a child, a Trap likewise also having a child as well, people getting married, and yeah, it's crazy, baby, it's crazy. But congratulations to Wardy. Congratulations. Este Wardy. Otherwise, we're wrapping up. Otherwise, we are going to be wrapping up. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. If you want to watch more of us, you can check us out over on YouTube, !socials or YouTube in the chat. Our YouTube channel does host all of our VODs. So if you see something that you want to watch, and if you can't watch it live, then YouTube is the place to be, because Twitch no longer supports VODs. Twitch, as of like a couple of months ago, they no longer support VODs. So VODs are eventually deleted on Twitch. So all the VODs are on YouTube. So check it out. Check it out there. Otherwise, thanks for watching, thanks for support, and we will see you guys next time. We'll see you guys next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you tomorrow.